Well, hello HTC. Are you ready for class 1? Drop a yes in the chat below. Now we're going to get started in just a few moments. I'm going to let everyone have a moment to hop onto Zoom. Now, how many of you are excited to start your mentorship with Dan Locke himself? Now, as you know, we have a global community around the entire world. So I'd like to know where you are from. So in the chat below, let us know where you are from. Let's see, Indonesia, India, USA, Australia, Florida, Toronto, Sweden, Romania, Panama. All right, perfect. Great to see everyone from around the world. Now, let's make sure that if you comment, let's comment on Zoom, on Discord. My mistake. We are commenting on the Discord, so not on Zoom. And make sure also you turn off your notifications of Discord so you don't get distracted. Of course, make sure you engage with your fellow brothers and sisters, but don't get too distracted, all right? Now, my name is Dana Brasseur. I'm one of your HTC sisters, and I'm about to bring on someone very special. Now, he's the right-hand man to Dan Locke himself. Some people call him the Sarge, but I call him Desmond. So let's bring up that energy and welcome to the call, Desmond Soon.
Welcome, HTC family. Thank you very much, Dana. That was very kind of you, very kind words. I did notice in the chat from around the world. In fact, the last time I checked, I believe that we have members in nearly 190, 195 countries around the world. That pretty much puts us entirely around the globe. Many of you have been waiting eagerly for some time. And for some of you, this evening is going to be the start of a journey in which you will never be the same person ever again. Our hope and with our confidence, we know that you will emerge a better version of yourself. It doesn't matter what reasons you came here. Perhaps you are looking to make some extra income. Perhaps times are tough, economic recessions, things are changing, and maybe you find yourself in a very vulnerable position and you're looking for that high income skill. Now, before I go into explaining many of those things, some of you have already seen me in some of the videos. Some of you have already seen me in the community. I come here very humble. Not too long ago, I was in your position. I was seeking a mentor. I did not understand this thing called a high income skill of closing. I thought I knew sales. He laughed at me, and then he showed me the proper way to do it. My life has never been the same. And so I'll tell you a bit more of my story once we bring him on. You will also hear us fondly refer to Dan Locke, the man I'm about to bring on in just a minute, as Sifu. That's a fond term, and we'll go into that a little bit more. It's a Chinese term. Simply put, it means teacher or master in a martial arts setting. So in a moment, we're going to be bringing on Dan Locke. Many of us call him Sifu. You don't have to, but we will address that in a second. Turn off all distractions. Empty your cup. What you're about to learn has been taught to thousands of members around the world. And still, the world needs high ticket closers. Same mentor, same system, same process. Many will get it, some won't. I certainly hope that all of you will go through the next few weeks and come out on top. Don't be shy. Interact in the community, ask questions, interact in the Discord chat. We use Discord, but I can also tell you that Dan Locke is very strict about bad apples. So come professionally, come with respect, participate, do not be cheeky, do not be sarcastic, do not try to be the wise guy. Come here humble to learn, because if you do, potentially you could have all the things that you've ever wanted. The dreams, maybe it's just security. Maybe it's a way to take care of your family. Maybe it's a way to buy a business. Maybe you're a business owner and you want to increase sales and maybe go back to your team and teach the rest of your team how to increase sales and revenue. All those things will be covered in the next few weeks. So go ahead and type in the chat. Are you ready to get this class started? Say yes in the chat. Dana, we're about to get started here in just a second. Look at the chat going off here. Is there anything else you'd like to add before I can see that Sifu Dan is about to get ready to come on? Is there anything else that you would like to add?
Yes, I can see the chat is blowing up. No, maybe for everyone so they know, like, I'm a sister from season 8 as well, and little backstory, little bit of my story actually. I began my journey in HTC 2 years ago in season 8, and I volunteered to be on the rap team and worked my way a bit up, and now I'm here with all of you enjoying this class. So I'm ready, and I hope so you are too.
All right, fantastic. You will get to know Dana more and more. You'll see her videos in the Facebook group. You will also hear her on the classes. We are here with you. We can't do it for you, but we will do it together with you. Does that sound good? Is that okay with you? Okay, so let me show you one of the best ways of being successful with being in HTC. One of the first things you want to do is participate. Number two, that means also in the chat, when we ask you to, get on your feet. Make sure you're in a safe environment. Make sure you're not driving, and if that's unavoidable, then just drive safely. But sometimes we ask you to participate. You might need to pull over to the side of the road. Okay, so make sure you take care of those. Next, there's going to be assignments. At the end of classes, there are going to be assignments. I know that Dan always over delivers. So make sure you've blocked out time. Some of you are in parts of the world where it is past midnight right now. We want to applaud you for that. Congratulations. That shows dedication. In fact, I can tell you one thing. Dan never, in all the time I've known, he has never ever stopped looking at the comments in the Facebook group. He sees how you participate. He always says, I don't read what they write. I don't listen to what they say. I watch what they do. Some deep meaning there. And you will learn other phrases, things that we talk about, mottos that we use in the community, the family, the HTC family. Things like how you do anything is how you do everything. Go ahead and write that down. How you do anything is how you do everything. There you go. Look at the chat. I can see people at 4 a.m., 3 a.m., 2 a.m. Make sure you've grabbed your coffee, your tea, whatever it is that you are up awake. Turn off Facebook group, turn off all those things. You can do that later. Okay. So with that being said, let's kick start week 1. Are you ready? Help me bring to the stage our mentor, your mentor, Sifu Dan Locke.
HTC, question number 1. How many of you are here because you want to generate additional income? Put that in the chat. And how many of you are here because you are looking to quit your job? Maybe you don't like what you are doing right now and you are looking for an alternative. Put in the chat. And how many of you have your own business and you are looking to gain an additional skill set that will help you to generate more sales, to close more deals, to bring in more clients? This is week number 1. I could promise you that HTC is different from anything that you have been involved with in the past. And it's way beyond than just an online course. This is the first class, and we are going to talk about the mindset of a high-ticket closer, how to get what you want by helping others to get what they want. Everything that you want in life right now, someone else already has it. I want you to write this down. Doesn't matter what it is. If you're looking for resources, you're looking for capital, you're looking for income, you're looking for any kind of support, you're looking for knowledge, wisdom. Doesn't matter what it is that you want. Even relationship, maybe if you're single. Whatever it is that you want in life, someone else already has those things. What we need to do is to learn the art of closing. The art of communicating in a way that makes sense to other people, that they could relate to, so that they could give you and help you to get what you want. Does that make sense? And you see, looking back after 7 weeks, this is always the most important class. Now we've trained thousands and thousands and thousands of closers worldwide, all over the world. The process works. How many of you, when you are logging into Facebook group, how many of you could see those booms, those success stories in the Facebook group? Put in the chat. Do you see that once a month or once a week, or do you see those booms every single day? There's a reason why you see those every single day, because HTC works. How many of you were surprised when you first joined the Facebook group? Can I say hello? Maybe making your first introduction video. How welcoming our community is. How many people are in it? How it's different from other so-called Facebook group where it's nothing but negativity, toxic people. The first class, we're gonna go deep. We're not gonna waste a lot of time. It's gonna be intense. And you've already met Desmond. Actually, Desmond, why don't you share a little bit of your story of how closing has changed your life?
Well, thank you very much, Sifu. I'm always deeply humbled whenever you ask me to share this part of the story. So I'm 42 years old right now, and a couple of years ago, what happened was I'd lived in Japan for 12 years. I'm a Canadian. I wasn't born in Canada. I'm an immigrant, just like Dan Locke. Came over here in my early teens at the age of 12. I grew up here. I naturalized here. I identified as a Canadian. But by my early 20s, I found myself traveling out to Japan. And I've been a pretty reckless individual. I've very entrepreneurial from a very young age. Many times, a lot of my decisions were bad decisions. As resourceful or creative as I have been, I put my energies in the wrong spaces. So there were times I encountered, getting in trouble with the law. On the other hand, though, I've had a lot of wins. I've had some really amazing wins. I've been a pilot, concierge. I've worked in numerous businesses. I've had the ability to work with millionaires and billionaires. I've just been very fortunate. And then around my early 20s, I found myself traveling to Japan, and I worked in sales over there. And during that time, I worked in the corporate environment. I also got to know a different environment of sales, a B2B level of sales. And then I became an entrepreneur again. Raised $500,000 for a business that went bankrupt, raised another $500,000 for another business that pretty much went bankrupt. And during that time, I did actually have a couple of mentors, though at that time, I did not appreciate the value of a mentor. I was young, I was brash, I had an ego, and I thought I knew it all. It took me till the age of 36 when I got our family deeply in debt. Some of you may know the term Yakuza, which is the Japanese mafia. And I'm not going to go into that deep story there, but I found myself deeply in debt, owing the Japanese mafia close to about 100,000 US dollars. I had borrowed money to the hilt, and I had lost investors' money. So putting my family in deep grave danger, their lives included as well, I found myself having to come back to Canada as a single parent with my two boys. My wife and I did not divorce, but we had to separate, and it looked very bleak. It really looked hopeless. I had to take a very humbling job as a salesperson in an electronics store, Sony. Many of you guys may know Sony, the brand. And I had to start from the bottom up. I had to take a dirty bus to commute to work. And during that time, I listened to motivational videos and listened to motivational audios. And I started to research the term Vancouver entrepreneurs because I got the entrepreneur bug in me, and I thought, who am I? Here's this smart guy. I thought I knew it all, and I'm going to go and teach entrepreneurs how to be successful in business. So I needed the URL. And then lo and behold, I stumble upon this guy in a red suit, and I was like, who the hell is this Dan Lok guy? Right? Who is this? I thought I knew everyone in Vancouver. Boy, was I about to get schooled again. So I go down to a meetup that he had put on at the Vancouver Entrepreneurs Club. It's the Vancouver Club. It's a very prestigious place where billionaires and millionaires, they congregate. These are the people, the titans of industry that have formed and built the society. And I met a man who was humble enough to take me under his wing. Now, it wasn't that easy. There were many people that were vying for his time. There were many people that were saying, Dan, please mentor me. And here I was dressed up in a suit trying to pretend as if I was someone when actually I was bankrupt and broke. I was driving a beat up minivan. I had to park about 1 kilometer away from the site because I did not want anyone to see me. I was so embarrassed by the vehicle I drove. And I thought to myself, what can I give this man that has pretty much everything? And many of you know the story. I offered him value by first getting him on a TV show, and then he invited me to sit down, and from that moment we built a strong relationship. It started with humility. Dan assessed the way I was closing, and he said, nah, Desmond, no. And he started to show me with patience. So why am I telling you this whole story is because through that time, my life went from on the verge of bankruptcy to moving into a brand new townhouse to driving a luxury vehicle. I went from just survival to stability to success in a very short period of time. My wife and I are back together again. We're very happily married. I'm not promising that's going to happen to you, but I can tell you the financial confidence that this mentor of mine, this mentor of yours, has given me and has given to thousands of other people around the world. If you just submit your pride, empty your cup and learn, there's a very, very high chance that you will see success in your life as well. So I look forward to going along on this journey with you, together with you. Your story is going to be different from mine. We certainly look forward to hearing from you and what your story is going to be. So with that, I'm going to humbly pass the mic back to my mentor, Dan Lok, and let's get the class started.
Thank you, Desmond. We have taught many seasons of XTC, and we have revised XTC for at least 12 times. So what you are getting in this season are some of the most important secrets that we've learned, some of the best practices that we've developed, honing the process, refining a lot of techniques. In each season that we do, we always learn something from it. And there are certain things that we've learned and certain things that we are doing now that we weren't doing 6 months ago, a year ago, because things change. The marketplace changes. Things are different. So what you are getting is the most up-to-date, the most advanced version of our curriculum. So let's go through some important instructions first. Now, these instructions are designed to help you to get the most out of XTC. How many of you put in the chat want to get the most out of XTC in the next 7 weeks that we have together? Put in the chat. So first of all is no distractions. If you haven't already done so, make sure you have a notepad in front of you. So you'll be taking notes. One of the things that you would want to do is after the class to make sure that you revisit your notes. Because chances are you will forget 80-90% of everything I've taught. So it's very, very critical for you to go back and just look at your notes again. And you will be overwhelmed. I could promise you that. So you participate and join the class through Zoom. You can hear me okay? Put in the chat. But you comment on Discord. You comment on Discord, and you will be role-playing on Discord after a few weeks as well. And make sure you turn off the notifications so you don't hear the bing, bing, bing all the time, so you could focus. And I notice sometimes we'll see, oh, Dan, how do I turn off the notifications on Discord? If you cannot even figure that out, we got a problem. I'm serious. I'm going to hold you to a higher standard. This is not your typical average day stuff that most people do. You're going to close $2,000, $3,000, $10,000 sale, and you're telling me you cannot figure out how to turn off notifications. You've got an issue. So I'm going to hold you to a higher standard. Number two, make sure you comment often. One of the things that you'll notice is you will get out exactly what you put into HTC. Write this down. You get out exactly what you put into it. So make sure that you have this Discord account, and make sure that you also have your photo, upload your photo in Discord, because when you role play with your other brothers and sisters going through the same program, they want to know who you are. Using your real name. If we see a name that is not a real name, you don't have a photo, unfortunately, the team, the community would have to ban you, would kick you out before you actually upload your name. We don't need to know who you are. Let me tell you something. If you're going to close high ticket sales, one of the key things when it comes to high ticket sales is you're selling trust. You cannot be a faceless, nameless person if you want to create trust with a prospect. Does that make sense? You cannot be hiding stuff. Okay. Number three, don't be shy. This is one of the most supportive communities in the world. We're here to support you. We're here to help you. But we also help people help themselves. And number four, be resourceful. There's never a lack of resources. It's always a lack of resourcefulness. Sometimes in life, I believe that sometimes nowadays, most of us, we are spoiled. Whenever we hit a little bit of obstacle, a little bit of resistance, we're like, oh, I don't know what to do. Well, as a high ticket closer, one of the key traits that we have, we are resourceful. We figure shit out. We get shit done. If you don't know, Google. Read instructions. Solve problems on your own first. If you still need help, we're here to help you. Then you can ask your leader, ask your brothers and sisters who've been through the program. They're here. By the way, how many of you notice that we have previous graduates, hundreds of them actually, participating tonight? Why do you think they are here tonight? Haven't they learned the materials already? They're here to relearn. They're here to revisit the materials. And that's the difference. And last, if you still need help, contact support. They'll be more than happy to help you. Now, each class, we start at 6 p.m. Pacific time, and we end, let's say 9 p.m. Pacific time. Pretty much, that's the schedule. But one of the things that you'll notice is we would go over time. Because when I teach, I'm not looking at the clock. I'm not looking at, oh, okay, here we go. It's a 3-hour class. It's a 2-hour class. I'm going to teach you 3 hours and I'm out of here. I don't do that. I'll answer your questions. I'll make sure that you get it. I'll be here. I will be here to give you 100%. Are you going to show up 100%? That's up to you. And the replay will be available within 40 hours. If you miss a class, you'll get the replay within 40 hours after each class. And promise me, please, emailing support 10 times won't make it faster. It's going to be 40 hours. Can we agree on that? Yes or no? I will have the same energy in after 3 hours, 4 hours, maybe 5 hours as I am getting started now. You will get tired before I get tired. And this is, by the way, I've already done a full day of work. I've already done a full day of work. And entrepreneurs, currently companies, they pay me $10,000 an hour for my time. I'm going to give you my time. You will get my time. You will get my attention. So you're about to go on a 7-week private mentorship with me, 2 to 3 hours each class. I will answer your questions. I'll be here. I'm looking at your chat. And a lot of the questions that you might have, I promise you, we have done this so many seasons. A lot of the questions you might have, they will be answered in later seasons. Oh, how do I do this? How do I do that? What about this? Just trust the process. What you could think of, any questions you might have, they will be answered. Things that you have not even thought of, they will be answered. So question number 1, on a scale of 1 to 10, 1 being like not that committed, 10 being super committed, I have 3 questions for you. Please put in the chat. Question number 1, how committed are you? Scale of 1 to 10. 10, 10, 10, 10, 9, 10, 10. Very good. Number 2, question number 2, how serious are you? 10. And number 3, what price are you willing to pay for success? What price are you willing to pay for success? Now I could see a lot of 10, 9, 10, 9, 10, whatever it takes. I'm willing to pay the price. Well, let's see if this is true. After a few weeks, after you've given the assignments, are you practicing? Are you role-playing? Easy to say, not easy to do. Everyone wants to lose weight. Not everyone wants to go to the fucking gym. You with me? Easy to say, not easy to do. My job is to give you all the tools and the skill set that you need, that I'm transferring the skills that I've developed and learned over the last decade. I'm going to give those skills to you, transfer what I've learned to you, kind of download to your brain in the next 7 weeks. But at the end of the day, who determines how successful you will be? Who determines how well you will use those skill sets? I could give you the skills, I could give you the knowledge, I could give you everything I've got. But effort is your responsibility. Can we agree on that? I cannot do the push-up for you. No one can guarantee your success except yourself. So effort is whose responsibility? Your responsibility. I will teach you how to do the best push-up. I will show you the correct form. I would even be next to you and motivate and encourage you. But at the end of the day, you still got to do the fucking push-up. I cannot do the push-up for you. Because if I do the push-up for you, then I get the strength and I get the muscle gain. But we want you to get the growth. We want you to make the progress. We want you to get the strength. We want you to develop the financial confidence. How do you do that? You do that by putting in the work. There's going to be work. If you're looking to do something where, oh, it's going to be like I push a few buttons and then money fall in my lap, leave. HTC is not for you. I don't teach that. What I do teach is to give you a skill set that you could add real value to the marketplace helping people who want to help themselves, helping companies who want to help themselves. In exchange, you earn money by solving a problem or by helping them generating more revenue. It's a very, very simple formula. Write this down. Money earned is a byproduct of value creation. Write this down. Money earned is a byproduct of value creation. A lot of people, they want to make more money, yet they don't want to deliver more value. They want to make more money. They chase money. I want to make more money. But they don't want to deliver more value. When the truth is, how money works is the more value you deliver, the more money that you make. Look at any companies out there. I challenge you, you think about companies, multi-million-dollar company, chances are they're adding value to a lot of people's lives. I'm not talking about the bullshit fucking Wall Street guys where they take advantage of people. Those are assholes. Forget those guys. I'm talking for most people. They earn money because they serve a lot of people. You look at companies that earn billions of dollars, the Apple, the Facebook, the Disney, how many people that they serve? It's very simple. And yet the school system doesn't teach us how to do that. It teaches how to earn money, generate income in a very linear way. It doesn't teach us how to think and how do we add more value to more people's lives. In exchange, we earn more. So XTC started off as one vision. One vision. And then we had the first group, the first season of HTC graduates. And like Desmond said, now we are in 100 somewhat countries, pretty much all over the world, except maybe a few third world countries. We are a global community, not just US, not just Canada, not just Australia, not just New Zealand, not just Australia, not just UK, not just India, not just China, everywhere. 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 So what's our vision? Our vision is actually incredibly simple. Our vision is this. Actually, say this with me. Is to be the number one closer organization in the world, transforming lives, one closer, one business at a time. That's our vision, to be the number one closer organization in the world. And our mission is to change closers' lives through world-class training, a global community, and our innovative platform. That's our HTC mission. That's what we do. That's what I focus on. As the teacher, as the instructor, as the founder of HTC. And some might say we are already number one. I don't like to think that way, because I want to stay hungry. I want to stay humble. I want to keep going. I always want to think that we are just getting started. We're only tapping into a fraction of our potential. That we could always be better. How many of you agree that you could always be better? You could always do better? Put in the chat. Yes? So, the HTC culture that I believe when you join HTC, you truly become our extended family. That's why I call that HTC family. You are going to meet some of the best friends in your life that you haven't met yet. You're going to share your journey, your stories with a complete stranger. I know it might sound strange. And you'll see in a few weeks why that is true. while that is true, that we have HTC members around the world, that when they go through an experience like this, when they open up to each other, that when you travel, when you go to a different city, you will find HTC brothers and sisters welcoming you, having lunch, having dinner. Some of you opening up their homes to you to stay, because that's the type of relationship that we formed in here. Unlike your other friends who may be negative, who may be toxic, who may not be very supportive. You have to experience it. First class, you may be thinking, oh, is that real? Well, I'll let you be the judge. So question, have you ever invested in other programs, seminars, workshops, online courses, systems, and yet you never use the materials being taught? Even though that you invest money into it and the materials aren't bad or the instructor isn't bad, but you don't use everything that was being taught, or you don't fully utilize everything that you've learned. So I want to take a moment and kind of explain what makes HTC different from every damn program that you've taken in the past. Does that sound good? Okay. So number one, transformation, not information. Transformation, not information. I believe most people, we are drowning in information, and yet we are starving for wisdom. We're drowning in information, and yet we're starving for wisdom. Drowning information meaning that there's so many things that we could do, so many videos we could watch, so many articles we could read, so many books we could read, so many podcasts we could listen to. There's not a lack of information. There's a lot of information out there. But that's not the issue now, is it? It's wisdom. Information is simply, okay, here's what you need to do. Here's everything that you could possibly do. But what is the difference between information and wisdom? Wisdom is knowing what you don't need to do. Write this down. It's knowing what you don't need to do. Information is daily increase. Wisdom is daily decrease. So you're going to go through a very powerful transformation. And I'm not going to tell you, what you should do. You should do this, you should do that. That's not what I do. I'm here to change the way that you think, because if I could change the way that you think, I can help but change the way that you do things. If I could change the way that you do things, I can help but help you produce a different result. Most people fail when they acquire some kind of new skill, when they learn something new. Not because they don't want to do it, not because the system doesn't work. It's because they have not changed who they are. They have not changed who they are. And this would mean more to you in later weeks. So by the end of 7 weeks, you'll never be the same. You'll never look at your life the same way again. You'll never look at sales the same way again. You'll never look at business the same way again. You'll never look at the way you generate income the same way again. You will not be the same. And that scares a lot of people. How many of you a little bit scared by that? Because most people, they like to stay in that comfort zone. Interestingly enough, I know, funny, it's like some people where they wanted to take HTC, they're afraid, not because of the money, not because of anything, and not even because they don't want to learn a high income skill. It's they know going through HTC, their life will never be the same. And that scares the hell out of them, even though they don't like what they have, even though they're not satisfied. But it scares them. It scares them. So understand that first thing that makes us different is transformation, not information. I'm going to give you a transformation, not just here's more stuff, here's more stuff, here's more stuff. Number 2, implementation and not motivation. In the next 7 weeks, you are going to implement. We're going to help you implement. You go to YouTube, you see a lot of motivational videos, and there's, you get people get motivated and they get millions of views, and you see all these things. But most people's problems, not that they're not motivated. Like, how many of you know what you're supposed to do, but sometimes you just can't get yourself to do them? Be honest. How many of us procrastinate from time to time that we know what we're supposed to do, right? We just can't get ourselves to do them. We are our own worst enemies. True or true? We get in our own way. We know what we need to do. We just can't implement. You're going to implement. You're not going to just learn the first couple of classes. We're laying a foundation, a very strong foundation, but then afterwards it's all implementation from day one. You're going to learn something and then you're going to practice. I'm not going to teach you swimming on the land with swimming in the water. I'm going to push you a bit. Do I have permission to push you, to guide you, to take more action? So we're going to implement. You're not just going to listen to about closing. You're going to close. You're going to role play. You're going to go into the dojo. We call it the dojo. You're going to practice. You're going to learn something. You're going to practice. You're going to learn something. You're going to practice. Isn't that how we learn anyway? Not just from a textbook, but experience and doing it and practicing. And yes, you're going to make some mistakes. Are you going to make some mistakes? The first time, you're not going to be perfect. In fact, the first practice, the role play, the first call that you do, it's going to suck. You're not going to like it. You're not going to like the way you sound. You're not going to like your tone. You're going to ask the wrong questions. All these things. It's going to happen. But with practice, with time, you're going to get better. You're going to build that confidence. Forget trying to get it perfect. How many of you are perfectionists? How many perfectionists we have in this season? Put in the chat. How many of you are perfectionists? Tell me. A lot. Okay. Now, why are we a perfectionist, by the way? Why are we trying to make everything perfect? Why do we do that to ourselves? Because we want to make it perfect. Because we don't want to make mistakes. Sometimes it's fear of failure. Sometimes fear of success. Most people actually are more fearful of success than failure. Why is that? Because they know what failure is like. They've failed their whole lives. They don't know what success is like. Success is the unknown. They've never experienced success. It's very much outside of their comfort. So what do? They stay away from it. And how do they stay away from it? They make sure they don't succeed. And instead of demonstrating through, I don't want to succeed, they put up this barrier. You put up a wall called perfectionist. If it's not perfect, I'm not going to do it. If it's not perfect, I'm not going to take action. But deep down, you know what is the truth. The truth is, I don't want to fail. We're not going to try to be perfect. Write this down. We're not going to be perfectionists here. I will not allow you to be a perfectionist. We are going to be a progressionist. Progressionist. Progress over perfection. Forget trying to get it perfect. Focus on the inches. Let's progress together, inch by inch. Focus on the inches in front of you. Don't focus on the miles. Just focus on inches. Bit by bit, step by step, baby step. You're going to do just fine. So what to expect in the next 7 weeks? So for the first and second week, we are going to heavily focus on mindset. What are we going to focus on? Mindset. And you will see these 2 weeks are always the most important weeks. But you won't recognize they're the most important weeks until probably in later weeks. And then you will get it like, oh, no wonder. Because every single time I teach the class, what happens is, oh, Sifu, show me the script. Give me the script. Tell me what to say. And then when I teach you what to say, you realize, holy shit, I can't say it. Not that you don't have the ability to say it. It's when you are closing on the phone, you realize stuff shows up. Your insecurity shows up. You're afraid to ask for the big bucks. You're afraid to talk about money. You can't ask for the sale because you have negative association in your mind from the past. You associate sales with like snake oil, slimy, salesy. Well, how are we gonna close 10, 20, 30, 50, $100,000 sales when you think sales is dirty? And then you see like, damn, I need that mindset. I need the proper mindset. So the first 2 weeks, give everything that you've got. Can we promise? Give everything that you've got. Do the assignments, follow through, participate, no excuse, no distractions, get shit done, whatever it takes. Then week number 3, 4, 5, 6, you have much easier time and you would progress that much faster just because you have a stronger foundation. You with me? I'm going to follow what I'm saying, right? Very, very key. So then week 3 and 4, we're going to focus on the what. So first 2 weeks, focus on the why. What do we focus on? The why. And then we focus on the what. What do you need to do exactly, precisely? And then 5, 6, 7, we're going to focus all the how-tos. You will get all the how-tos that you need. You get more how-tos than you know what to do with. All the how-tos in the world, all the information, techniques in the world don't help you if you don't have the proper mindset. In fact, when you actually get how high-tech closing works, I don't use a script. I don't need a fucking script. Because it's not about me, it's about the prospect. Which I'll teach you all of that. And by the way, you notice I don't filter. So if I say a certain word, if it's a profanity, if that offends you, my question to you is this: where else in your life that you don't listen, you shut off your ears simply because you hear something you don't like? Because how you do anything is how you do everything. It has nothing to do with how I say it, what words I use. Because we all walk around in life with a filter anyway. What do I mean by that? It means that you don't hear a damn thing that I'm saying right now, although you're paying attention, but you don't hear a damn thing that I am saying right now. You hear what you want to hear. If what I'm saying agrees, is congruent with your current belief system, you'll hear it. If it contradicts with what you believe, then you won't hear a damn thing. You will filter it out. How many of you ever had this experience that maybe you wanted to buy a car, or you were paying attention to a certain car? Maybe it's Tesla, okay? Or maybe it's a BMW, maybe it's a Mercedes, whatever it is, that you weren't paying attention before. Suddenly, when you are paying attention, say, hey, I want a certain car. Suddenly, you see those cars everywhere. Have you ever had that experience? So the question is, were those cars not there before? Or they were there? Actually, they've always been there, but we weren't paying attention to it. We filter it out. It's the same thing. It's the same thing. You would, by the end of 7 weeks, you'll pay attention to things that you weren't paying attention before. And you'll learn a lot about yourself. I promise you that. You will learn about yourself in ways you never thought of before. So here's what I believe is the formula for success. Number one, the right mindset. What is it? The right mindset plus the right skill set plus the right action. So the best mindset is good. The best skill set in the world is good, but you still got to take action that equals success. So the right mindset so that you will do what is necessary so you won't procrastinate. Number two, the right skill set, meaning what is the skill set? Skill set is the ability to do. Write this down. The ability to do something. The ability. So if you have swimming skill, it means that you could be in water and you would flow and you would swim. It's the ability to do something. So you're willing to do what it takes. You have the ability to do something. But if you don't do something, you don't take the right action. Is that going to work? No. You still got to take the right action. Yes? Okay. Now, what happens is in the next 7 weeks, one thing that I could promise you, I say it again and again, is you will be confused. And you will be overwhelmed. In fact, maybe by the end of tonight's class, your head would spin. You would not be able to sleep. So confusion is normal. Confusion is normal. Getting overwhelmed is normal. Because when you're learning something new, it's easy. It's normal to be overwhelmed. Think back when you were a little kid. Remember the first time you learned mathematics? Just the first time when you're a little kid, you learn about 1 + 1 = 2, and 1 times 1, and you're like all these things. You learn about numbers. Like, what is this thing? I don't get it. It's confusing, right? Like, you don't know how it works. You were overwhelmed. You're like, oh my God, I don't get it, right? And then before you know, it's like, oh, okay, I'm kind of getting it, right? It's kind of sinking in. So during the next 7 weeks, if you are confused, it is a great thing. Because how many of you're not here to learn what you already know? How many of you are here because you are here to learn something new? You're here to develop a new skill, right? You're here to develop a new financial confidence. We're not here to learn what you already know, right? I'm not here to teach you how to do 1 + 1 = 2. It's going to be like a new language, almost like a new language. So confusion is normal. So whenever that, if you feel confused during class, What do? You celebrate it. You give yourself a pat on the shoulder and say, great job, because it means you're learning something new. If you get overwhelmed when we are teaching you the techniques, like, oh my God, how do I do this? How does it work? Oh, how am I gonna, oh, this too much. Oh my goodness. Good. Celebrate it. So when you see your brothers and sisters getting overwhelmed, please celebrate it with them and say, good job, awesome. It's normal. Because we were taught at a young age that being overwhelmed is a negative emotion. That somehow it's like a bad thing. Oh, I don't want to be overwhelmed. That's a poor person's mentality. Being overwhelmed is not a negative emotion. It is a sign for growth. It is a sign for growth. You know you're growing when you're overwhelmed. Just think about your life, your whole life. Every time you learn a new language, you learn a new skill, something you didn't know before. Maybe, how many of you play instruments or sports? What kind of sports you play? Put in the chat. Or what instrument? Tell me. Guitar, volleyball, piano, I see the fencing, basketball, badminton. Awesome. Remember the first time you learned that skill, the first time you played that game? Didn't you feel inadequate? Didn't you feel like you don't know what are the rules? What the hell you were doing? I don't know. Do I kick this ball? Do I play this? Like, I don't know how does this work, right? Weren't you overwhelmed? Weren't you confused? Isn't that how we learn anything? But somehow, when it comes to learning a high-income skill or creating wealth, learning anything new, oh, I don't want to be overwhelmed. Oh, I mean, this is like too overwhelming, man. I can't take this. That's a sign that you're learning. You are growing. You are expanding your possibility. Why would you shy away from that? And so if you shy away, write this down, you shy away from being overwhelmed, you shy away from growth. So what would you do? What are you going to do from today forward? Whenever you feel overwhelmed, whenever you feel, oh, I'm confused, I'm not getting this. Oh, this is confusing. This is hard. You celebrate it. Like, yes, I'm learning something new. I'm growing. And before you know it, through practice, it becomes less confusing. Through practice, it becomes less overwhelming. But it's your job to overwhelm yourself from time to time. It's your job to make sure you do get overwhelmed from time to time. You don't want to stay just like normal pace too long. Because it means you're not growing. No different when you're working out, right? Let's say you want to work on the bicep, right? You want to grow that muscle, right? So let me ask you a question. People who don't get overwhelmed, right? You want to, let's say you want to grow that bicep, and you're lifting like a 1 pound dumbbell, right? You're just lifting a 1 pound dumbbell, and you wonder how come I'm not growing those biceps? Because you're lifting a 1 pound dumbbell. Hello? You're not getting, I'm not growing. I don't get it. Because it's too freaking light. Oh, okay. All right. Well, to grow, what do you need to do? You need to put on more weight. What does lifting more weights mean? It means that you are overwhelming the muscle fibers. You're putting pain, right? You're literally tearing up those muscle fibers. Right? This is why people lift weights, they need to rest. Right? And then as the muscle fibers, as they recover, they become stronger and stronger. But how many of you have never haven't lift weight for a while, and then we lift those weights, like you're pushing like new weights, and then afterwards the next day you're like, oh my God, my back hurts, my arm hurts, my shoulder hurts, my thigh hurts, like, oh my goodness, you're walking funny, right? Of course, right? So if you're working out, if your muscles are not hurting, not hurting it all the time, but from time to time, every time you push the new limit, right, that you got to overwhelm your muscles. What I'm teaching you now is you got to overwhelm your mind. You got to overwhelm your mind. You got to stretch it. You got to put some new information in there. Is this making sense? Is this sinking in? And you see by the end of 7 weeks that you will get a certificate, a high ticket closer certificate. I have many, many students who would tell me that when they get a certificate, that some of them have degrees, some of them have law degrees, master degrees, and they say they value the HTC certificate more than they value their degrees, the PhDs, right? You know what PhD stands for? Pizza Hut delivery. That's what it stands for. It values more than the PhDs, right? And although we say it's a 7-week journey, there's a possibility of a class 8. But in order to unlock bonus class 8, you will need to work together as a team. I'm going to teach you teamwork from day one to achieve an average 80% attendance rate in the next 7 weeks. Not 79, not 78, 80% together. So it means it's one thing for you to show it up. That's good. You got to get your brothers and sisters in the same season to show it up. Because I know your success is determined by how often and how you showed up. It's okay to listen to the replay. Nothing compares to being here. Nothing. You will get more, way more out of it by being here. And I understand, right? Put in the chat your time. What time is it now? Where do you live?
Actually, Sifu, do you mind if I quickly just chime in for a second
Go
as
ahead,
well?
go ahead.
I mean, the feedback that we've had from all the other seasons, even doesn't matter where they are in the world, being able to interact and ask questions, in the class, someone's going to chime in, even if sometimes there's so many questions that come through that myself or yourself were not able to answer that. I know that someone in the community, one of the leaders, one of the veterans will chime in and answer your question. You can't do that on a replay, right? So that's one of the main reasons to be here from an energetic level and to have a first mover's advantage. Because when you're in class, you're going to learn something. And quite frankly, I mean, like I've done it myself. I've been guilty of this. I'll say, oh, I'll catch up on it on the weekend. And then we never do. And then it's a slippery slope from then on. So my encouragement to each and every one of you, be here live. Put in the time. Those 7 weeks, it's the best investment of your life.
How you do anything is how you do everything. Number 3, what makes HTC different from everything that's out there is depth, not width. Oh, you bet. We're going to go deep. No. You don't understand. We're going to go deep. We're going to go so deep. You will not be able, it's not what you think. It's not what you think. How many of you have ever seen the movie The Matrix? If you have not seen the movie The Matrix, one of my assignments I would give you is, it's on Netflix. You could go watch it, especially the first one. And you see, don't watch too many other movies, but this is the one that I will recommend because there are a lot of similarities of what we're talking about. So if you remember, if you haven't watched it, I'll explain. Near the end of the first movie, Matrix, there was a scene when the main character, Neo, by Keanu Reeves, And the whole story was telling him about like, okay, you're the one. And it's like, I'm not the one. And at the very end, finally, he could see, oh my goodness, we are in a matrix. Even though before through naked eyes, he couldn't see it. Suddenly he could see it, and he could see these green codes. Remember that scene? That once you see the green codes, it cannot be. Now he could see, oh, now I know what you're talking about, right? Very much. Going through HTC, one of the best ways I could explain what it feels like, it's like this. I'm going to show you those green codes. I'm going to show you how people communicate. I'm going to show you how the world actually works. Not the way that you've been taught, not the way that media wanted you to believe, but actually how it works. Not the way that the matrix wants you to believe, but how it actually works. So here's my warning. And I always need to do this warning. This is your last chance. After this, there's no turning back. You take the blue pill, the story ends. You wake up in your bed and believe whatever you want to believe. You take the red pill, the HTC pill. You stay in Wonderland, and I show you how deep the rabbit hole goes. So question is, you want a blue pill? You want a red pill? I'm going to ask one more time. You want a blue pill or you want a red pill? Because just like the Matrix, once I show it to you, what is seen cannot be unseen. And I'm very serious about this. What is seen cannot be unseen. It will make you question most of your life decisions. It will make you question a lot of things that you've done. It will make you question people around you. So the question is, are you ready? All right. Here's the pill. Here we go. 3 signs you are a slave to the Matrix. You're in the Matrix. You don't know it. People in the Matrix don't know they're in the Matrix. People in the Matrix, you tell them you're in the Matrix, they say you're crazy. What are you talking about? Well, can't you see it? They can't see it. Sign number 1. You've been taught. Go to school, get good grades, and get a safe, secure job. Go to school, get good grades, and get a safe, secure job. My question to you is this. How's that working out so far? How's that program working out for you? You did exactly what you've been told. You did exactly what your parents told you to do. You did exactly what most people expect you to do. The only question is, how is that working out? I remember the first time when I had a conversation with Jenny, and at the time we just met, we were just dating. And at the time she was still going through university. In fact, she was going to the University of British Columbia, which is one of the top, if not the number one university in my city. And one day when I came home, she was studying. And at the time she was taking food nutrition, that was her major. And she was stressed out and ended up crying. And I said, like, baby, what's wrong? She's like, oh my God, I don't, this is so stressful. I don't want to do this. I don't like this. And I don't get it. I'm afraid I'm going to fail. And I'm going to tell my parents. And I said, well, then why do you pick this subject? Well, because my mom told me that their job opportunities, easy to find a job in food nutrition. Okay, but I said, do you like food nutrition? No, I don't like it. Okay, and so you're studying because of what mom is telling you. She said, yeah. I said, and you are now stressed out because you're studying something you don't like and you're afraid that you're not going to pass. And what happens if you don't pass? Oh, then my mom will be so mad and she won't understand. And I don't want to be disappointment to her. And I said, okay. So like, this is just, let's take out, like I said, let's just put aside, I'm your boyfriend. Can I be your coach for just a moment? Just like, okay. Like, do I have permission to coach? Because you always want to ask for permission to coach. She said, okay. And so let me get this straight. So you are going to spend 4 years of your life studying something that you don't like, you have zero interest in, and getting into debt, student loan, so that you could get a job in a field that you hate for the rest of your life. Is that what you're telling me? And she's like, well, that's what everybody else does. And I said, forget it. Forget what everybody else does. I'm talking about you. Is that what you're telling me? And she's like, well, if you put it that way, that's kind of like sounds silly. Well, it is silly. Well, what am I supposed to do? You know, my parents gave up so much to be here, for me to be here. I'm the only child in my family, right? I want to make them proud. I don't want to disappoint them. They sacrificed so much, you give up so much for me to be here. Like, what do you want me to do? I want you to talk to them. Well, I can't talk to them. Well, how about I talk to them? And I did. I went ahead. I talked to Jenny's dad. And I was closing him. And I said, you know, uncle, that's what uncle back then. Now it's also my dad, father-in-law. But I said, uncle, I explained the whole scenario. I said, like, you do want Jenny to be happy, and she's stressed out. She doesn't like to do this, even though she could get a job, but she doesn't enjoy it. She'll be miserable. What do you want to do, right? And finally, he kind of understand and said, how about this? Have you ever asked what she likes to do? Like, have you ever asked what she's good at? I said, no. I said, wouldn't be that'd be a good idea. How about Jenny? You tell like uncle, your dad, what you like to do. And then she said, well, I like fashion merchandising. Fashion merchandising, interesting. She likes fashion, things like that. And I said, why don't we enroll her in that? And we did. We did. In fact, I supported her to go to found a school. And she took fashion merchandising for a year. Now, afterwards, she never graduated because us now dating like a year later, like together, that she was being very helpful, super supportive of my mission and my goal, that she wanted to support me. So she was actually helping me to build my dreams, right? To be the smarter woman, Behind every successful man, there's a smarter woman. Okay, write this down. Behind every successful man is a smarter woman. And in my case, it's very true. And she helped me. She supported me. And she was even willing to kind of give up a little bit of her dreams to support my dreams. And now we've been together 12 years. I could tell you something here. How many of you are on this journey, you're learning this high income skill because you wanted to provide for your family. You want to help your family. That's why you're here. You want to provide a better lifestyle. You want to be a better daughter, a better son, a better father, a better mother. For some, a better grandmother, a better grandfather. You're here because that's what you wanted to do. Yes, you want the finer things in life, but really you want to help your family. That's why you're here. One of the most difficult things you realize is while you're here because you're doing this for your family, as you go on, chances are you'll find the biggest resistance you would get. Those resistance, chances are they're from your family. Isn't it true? For some, you haven't even told your family you're here. You kind of do it secretly because they won't understand. They want you to stay stuck in the matrix, go back to school, even though you're doing it for them, but they don't understand. That's the resistance. And some you're doing it for your spouse, your husband, your wife, your boyfriend, your girlfriend. You're doing it for them, that you want to give them a better life. And yet, sometimes they are the ones, they're the one that's holding you back. That happens very often, by the way. So I want you to take a look at this chart here. What do you see? So these are some of the, how many would agree these are some of the top schools in the United States? Doesn't matter where you come from. You've heard of some of these schools, right? Stanford, Cornell, Harvard, Princeton, Duke. Okay. Take Harvard, for example. Not including books. Just yearly tuition is $37,000 a year. Now, how many of you agree that's a lot of money to spend on 1 year of education with Harvard? Okay. Let's say 5 years of school. That would cost you, if you want to go to Harvard, just tuition, not including expenses, not including anything else, it's going to cost you about $185,000 a year. And your starting salary is $60,000. And that is, you could get a job. If. So why don't you look at these numbers here? Now, what does this tell you? If just using your common sense, looking at this chart, what does this tell you? And let's say 5 years later that you do get a job. And now that's 60K. Let's say, forget 60K. Let's say you're very, very good. And you're making 100K. You got a 100K job after graduation, 5 years. You still need to pay your overhead, your expenses, and just day-to-day living, right? Pay taxes, all these things. So the question is, if you are good, you're already going to Harvard, right? The top of the top, cream of the crop. And you're already doing pretty good. Out of the gate, 100K a year. Question is, how long would it take for you to pay off that Debt. And that is your good. And that's if you're going to Harvard. What if you're not going to Harvard? What if you go to a college, a university? You got to explain about. And what if your starting salary is not 100K, it's 60K, it's 50K? Now what? So the Matrix wants you to believe spending $100,000 plus to get a piece of paper so you could work at a job that you hate for the rest of your life and be poor, by the way, that is normal. Investing a few $1,000s, learning a skill set from a multimillionaire so you could have a high income skill for the rest of your life, that's a fucking scam. It is a scam. Be careful. So wasting 100K, 4 years of your life, no guarantee of anything, that's normal. Spending a few $1,000s, 7 weeks, learning a skill that you could use immediately, seeing the success story every damn day in the Facebook group, that's a scam. Isn't that interesting? How fascinating. And here's the deal. If you don't mind, put in a chat. You don't have to do this if you don't want to, but if you don't mind, put in the chat your age right now. See 25, 30, 45, 48. See 23, 19. Here's the deal. If you have been working, like you graduated and you've been working at some kind of a job for more than 10 years, and some you started early, but if you've been working for more than 10 years and you look at your bank account, you got nothing to show for, you have no savings, all you have is debt. Let me tell you this, you've already been scammed. You've already been scammed. Because what does being scammed means, it means that you were being taken advantage of without realizing it. Isn't it true? You've already been scammed. Because look at your life right now. Where has that program has gotten you? You've already been scammed by your loved ones because they told you to do this. By the government, by your school teacher, by your friends, by your relatives. Because if this works, if you've been working 5, 10 years, forget about being wealthy. I'm not even talking about that. I'm just talking about, shouldn't you at least be okay that you don't have to scrape by? You don't have to worry. You are not living paycheck to paycheck. Have some money, 3 to 6 months of savings put aside. But is that a lot to ask for? Is that greedy? Is that too much? Like having a house to live in? Not even having a fancy car. I'm talking a decent car. Have like almost no debt. Is that too much to ask? I'm not talking about millionaire. I'm talking about like normal. Just decent life. And we're not even there. We are not even there. Here's another question. Let's say you don't change a thing. You don't learn a high income skill. You're not an HTC. Pretend you're not an HTC. You continue to do what you do. Continue this same path that you're on right now. You've been on for a few years, maybe 10 years or more. Keep doing what you're doing now for another 5, 10 years. Where are you going to be? Take a guess. Where are you going to be? Can you see why you need to do something drastic? Why you need to do something a little bit different? Maybe it's not such a good idea to listen to what they say. Because the fact is this. I'm going to ask you a question. How many of them are wealthy? How many of them have the life that you want? Would you take advice, fitness advice, health advice from a person that is like 200 pounds overweight? Hello? Then why the hell would you take financial advice from your broke friends and family? Please educate me.
Steve, would you mind if I just quickly chime in as well again here?
Yes.
So I think part of the story when I was talking earlier on about, coming home at 36, I failed to share with you guys, and I'm speaking more to those who can relate, similar age, if you're older than 36, entering 40. The biggest thing that struck me was I felt I was running out of time. The debts, it took my wife and I more than 5 years, and I'm sure many of you have encountered that experience before. If you have, type in the chat how many years you felt you have lost paying off debt. So 10, 15, wow, 30, 10. So for me, I felt those are like 5 years of my life lost, my wife as well. And so I was running out of time, and that's why I plugged in with Dan. Many times he told me to do things that I was not comfortable doing initially. I did not know how to do it. He still challenges me till today. It's about the time. And I think, aside from looking at those that we take advice from, how is that working out for them? For me, the biggest one has always been the lack of time. It's buying back that time, buying that speed, buying the assurance to know that I'm going to make less mistakes if I follow a mentor. So thank you, Sifu.
So why do you listen to them? Why they told you, oh yeah, you should go to school, get good grades, get a safe, secure job, What are you basing that on? Anything. Investing advice, financial advice. So you will not take fitness advice from someone who's 200 pounds overweight, and yet you would take financial advice, life advice from someone who struggled their entire lives financially, and somehow you think it's a good idea because they are closest to you, because you want to be liked. Because you think there's no way they would intentionally give you bad advice. And I'm not saying that they intentionally give you bad advice. I'm saying they don't fucking know. How could they teach you how to be successful financially when they haven't done it? How much is your school teacher making? How much is your friend making? How much your mom and dad is making? I'm not saying they're bad people. I'm just saying they're bad financial advisors. You with me? So if you choose to listen to someone who's 200 pounds overweight, how to lose weight, and you not only listen, you actually act on that advice, well, that's not their problem. That's your problem. That's your problem. Now, is this truth hurting you a little bit? Can you handle that truth? Or am I being too blunt that should I just maybe just take it easy a bit? Because I'm not sure. I don't know. Like, this is the first class. Like, should I be less direct? Okay. Sign number 2. Since childhood, you've been taught get rich quick is bad. Oh, is this one of those get rich quick scheme? Whenever I hear that, is this one of that get rich quick scheme? You better hope it is. Because you ain't got no time. Because wealth is measured in time more than in money. Write this down. Wealth is measured in time more than in money. What do I mean by that? Let's take $1 million, okay? $1 million. How many of you agree $1 million? It's a decent amount of money. $1 million. Let's say take someone who makes $25,000 a year times 40 years. So if you make $25,000 a year, you work 40 years, you made $1 million. It's $1 million. Nothing wrong with $1 million. The problem is not the amount. The problem is how long it took you to accumulate to make that $1 million. For most people, if you work entire life, by the time you retire, you've had $1 million flow through your finger. It's just a long time. But what if instead of making $1 million in 40 years, just brainstorming here, okay? I'm just brainstorming. For someone who's making $1 million a year instead of 40 years, I believe, from my perspective, that person is 12 times richer. If someone who makes $1 million a month, that person is 480 times richer than someone who took 40 years to make the same $1 million. It is the same $1 million. It is not the amount. It's the speed that you make it. And yet everybody tells you that it should take forever to make that money. How many of you could tell I am probably, Sifu is not 65 years old? Some might say I have the baby face, the Asian gene, look younger than I really am. Either way. So if you gotta take financial advice, you want to take from someone who made it at the age of 70 years old, or someone who made it when he or she was younger. Didn't take them 40 freaking years. I hit millionaire status by the age of 27. Multi-millionaire by the age of 30. No doubt, I started early. But I figured things out. I thought to myself, I want to learn from someone who made it, not when they're like really, really old. I want to study people who made it at a younger age. Now, I'm not saying that you're gonna make it like my age and this and that. I'm not saying that at all, because I don't know your background. I don't know your upbringing, your situation. But what I'm saying is, I know there are ways you could get there faster. I know there are ways they could get there with fewer mistakes. Who would like to get there faster, making fewer mistakes? Put in the chat. So making large sums of money fast is not bad, it's not evil, it's not shady or dishonest. In fact, here's my belief, and you don't have to buy my belief, here's my belief, that the art of making money is a noble art. I believe it is a gift. Being able to make money is a gift. And it's a gift that you should know, once you know how to make money, that you should use to the highest degree, not because you're greedy, not because you're not grateful. It is simply a noble thing to do, because if it is true that money earned is a byproduct of value creation, what does it mean when you make more money? What does it mean? It means you're adding more value and you're helping more people. So the question is this. So let's take life, for example. Can we talk about life for just a second? We're not going to talk about money. I'm just talk about life. If you could be happier, if you have a choice, you could be happier. Should you be happier? Yes or no? If you have a choice that you could be healthier, should you be healthier? And if you have a choice to be wealthier, should you be wealthier? So in other areas of our lives, that when we could have more, we say, yeah, if you could be happier, sure, you should be happier. If you want to be healthier, sure, you should be healthier. But somehow when it comes to making money, oh, don't make too much, you're greedy. Why are you so greedy? When is enough enough? Why can't you just be grateful? You should be content with what you have. You know, there are a lot of people in the world with a lot less, you know. If you have any hesitation, any resistance in your mind when it comes to making more, you will have a tough time with HTC, because you will feel guilty. You will feel guilty when you first close that sale. When you make more money closing a sale than what most of your friends, breaking their back, they don't even earn that in an entire week, in some cases, entire month. You made it in a fucking hour. You will feel bad. You feel somehow it's something wrong with it. In fact, when you tell them you made that much money, they think there's something wrong with you. They think you're selling drugs. You must be doing something illegal. You must be doing something shady. Because there's no way. When you close a $10,000 sale, you make $1,000 an hour? In a fucking hour? How dare you? How dare you to make that much money in an hour? On the phone? Just by talking? Who are you scamming? Think about it. Just imagine having that conversation. You just talk to your friends. Hey, I just closed a $10,000 deal. I make a 10% commission. Oh man, who are you taking advantage of? Why are you scamming people like that? Isn't it true? Must be something wrong. It has to be wrong. And then you tell them, oh yeah, I learned that on an online course in 7 weeks. Oh, then it's really now, you just double the amount of shadiness there. Then now it's really something wrong. Oh, and then how did you find out about that online course? Oh, I watched a YouTube video. Oh man, now now you put Sifu in a bad spot. Very bad spot. Because it doesn't make sense. It just fuck the whole thing doesn't no, but here's another story. Well, I went to school. I got into $100,000 in debt. I couldn't find a job for 3 months. And finally I got a job. They pay me $15 an hour. Oh man, that's good. That's good, man. It's tough, but hang in there. It's gonna be fine. That's normal, man. Everybody experience all these same thing. It's okay, right? Seriously? Seriously. When it comes to high-tech clothing, you cannot have guilt. In your mind, you have to absolutely believe in your soul, in your DNA. There's nothing wrong making more money in 45 minutes with one single phone call than most people earn in a week or even a month. If you have any even tiny bit of guilt, you will have problems closing. And for some, you say, I've got no guilt, Sifu, no guilt for me at all. And I say, really? Let's see when you actually close to see if you have any guilt. Let's see. What I believe is if you're going to be working hard anyway, you might as well make a lot of money, because money earned is a byproduct of value creation. If you're going to be working hard anyway, why not work hard, developing a skill set that could truly add value to people's lives, solves real problems in the real world, and make a great living at the same time? What's wrong with that? Tell me, what's wrong with that? Why can we not help a lot of people and make a lot of money at the same time? Why does it always have to be, oh, capitalism is evil, that somehow you make a lot of money, that you're greedy, you're bad? So that it's in order to be, like, how many have heard of this before? I'd rather be happy than rich, you know. I'd rather be happy than have a lot of money, you know. Says fucking who that you cannot have both? Why can you not be happy? Why can you not? You're happy, and you're wealthy, and you're healthy, and you're fulfilled, and you help a lot of people. You can't have the cake and eat it too, you know. Then what the fuck? Why the fuck do you want to have that cake in the first place? The purpose of the cake is to fucking eat it. What kind of bullshit is that? Why the fuck? You cannot have the cake. Tell me what the fuck you want to have the cake to look at it? Why not have the cake and eat it too? And have more, have such a big cake, you cannot finish it all and you have to share with other people. Share that with your family, and you still have plenty of cake left. Why do we have such scarcity in our thinking? Are you with me? Is this sinking in? Or is this too much? And if you think I'm not talking about closing, you're not getting it yet. You think, what has this to do with sales? I don't get it. Like, aren't you going to teach us how to sell? I'm going to teach you how to sell. but I'm going to give you way more. Way, way, way more. Sign number 3. You live in fear and scarcity, meaning you're worried. Worry about money, worry about tomorrow, worry about what's happening in the world, worry if you're going to make it, worry about your family. State of fear. Why am I such an advocate of financial confidence over financial freedom? Because freedom is an illusion. What? I'll say it again. Freedom is an illusion. Most people, they say, oh, I want to be financially free. For most people, when they think about financial freedom, they think about sitting on the beach and doing nothing. That's financial freedom. Now, financial freedom is not the ability to do whatever the hell you want. Freedom is the ability not have to do something when you don't want to. Write this down. Freedom is not doing whatever the hell you want. Freedom is not having to do something that you don't want to. Freedom is the ability to say no. No to things, no to people, no to circumstances that you don't like. Freedom is meaning that you don't have to tolerate. You don't have to tolerate. If that's true, most people, they think, oh, for most of us, we're actually very lucky that we do have the freedom of speech, that we have the freedom of mobility, that we could go different places, that we could do different things. But what matters, I've learned over the years, it's not financial freedom. Because just because you're quote unquote free today doesn't mean you're free tomorrow. Could investment go bad? Could economy go bad? Very quickly. You bet. But financial confidence, no one could take that away from you, because you're not counting on the government, you're not counting on a company, you're not counting for a third party, you're not counting on your pension. Something outside of yourself to provide, something to take care of you. You're not even counting on your spouse to provide for you. You're not counting on your parents to provide for you. The only person you could count on is yourself, your ability, your skill. That doesn't matter what happens to the economy, doesn't matter what happens to your job, doesn't matter what happens to any outside circumstances. It doesn't matter, because you are financially secure, not because how much money you have in your bank account, but your ability to generate income on demand. That is financial confidence. Can you see why it's much more profound, why it's much more important to have financial confidence? That is the only way they will eliminate your fear and scarcity. Because you know, doesn't matter what happens. Take away everything I have. Leave me with my skills. I don't have to worry about money. People think, oh, it's the skill. It's the money that makes you rich. No, it's the skills. I am wealthy because of my skills, not how many digits I have in my bank account. Give me a phone. Just give me a phone. I can make money like that. Doesn't matter what I sell. Give me a phone and I'll demonstrate to you. You see, week after week. Doesn't matter. Doesn't really matter what industry. As long as I believe in the product, I believe in the service, and it's high ticket. As long as I have my ability, my skills, money comes. Do you know the number one reason that prevents people from joining HTC? And you might think, I talk about this, you might think most people don't take action because of fear of failure. I'm here to tell you it's not because of failure. It's fear of success. They are afraid to be successful. The oldest and strongest emotion of mankind is fear, and the oldest and strongest kind of fear is fear of the unknown. Most people are addicted to struggles. It is an addiction. Write this down. Most people are addicted to struggles. Some of you are addicted to struggles. You just don't know it. Some of you are addicted to drama. You don't know it. And you say on one hand, I want to be successful. I want to generate more income. I want to make more money. At the same time, you're addicted to struggles because at least you know what it's like to struggle. You know what it's like to living paycheck to paycheck. You know what it's like, just like barely making every month. You know what it feels like. You've been living like that for years. You don't know what it's like to be successful. You don't know what it's like to handle success. You don't know how people would view you after you're successful. So the enemy that you know is better than the enemy that you don't know. Think about it. Just think about it. It's fear of success. You do not know how your friends and family would view you. Well, at least when you are not successful, that's one thing. But it's then you're going to look bad. I'm going to look really bad once I make it and then I lose it all. Then I'm going to look like a fucking idiot. Then I look really dumb. So to make sure it doesn't happen, let's make sure I don't succeed. I don't even succeed in the first place. So then I don't fail. For most in class today, your whole life, you've been playing not to lose instead of playing to win. You've been taught to play not to lose instead of playing to win. And for some, I know you made a few dollars. You have a good income. By most people's standard, you are successful. True or true? In your circle, you are the successful one. And that's exactly the fucking problem, because default is a bitch. You've been too comfortable, complacent. And people tell you, it's okay. You should be happy. It's okay. Take it easy. Why are you working so hard? You know, don't be a workaholic, you know? And you believe, and they want you to believe, you're doing good. I'm telling you, you're not doing so good. I'm telling you, you're not even tapping into a fraction of your potential. They buy your bullshit, I don't. They buy your story, I don't. Because I know you've got more in you. You've got a lot more in you. Why are you playing not to lose? Why are not tapping into your full potential? Why are you not playing full out? Because the people you hang around with, they're all fucking losers. You're swimming with a bunch of ducks. I'm teaching you. You got to fly with the eagles. Your standard's too low. They want you to believe, oh, you're okay. It's too low. And why they hang out with them? Because it makes you feel comfortable. You're used to it. Most of us don't want to hang around with people that holds you to the highest standard. Most of us don't want accountability. Most people don't want accountability at all. You're a slave, like everyone else. You were born in bondage, into a prison that you cannot taste or see or touch, a prison for your mind. I'm trying to free your mind. But I can only show you the door, nothing more. You're the one that has to walk through it. The hardest prison to escape is in your mind. Just like I talk about in my book, Unlock It. How many have read my book, Unlock It? I talk about the story of the cage lion. How first the lion was running in the forest, enjoying life, feeling alive, and they were captured, put in a cage. And a lion tamer comes in every day, gives you a little bit of food. That's your paycheck, by the way. A little bit of food. And whips you. And first you get angry. But then also you're hungry. And you're like, okay, fine. I'll eat this one meal. That's it. I'm getting out of here. Before you know it, second day, third day, fourth day, fifth day, 1 year, 2 years, 3 years. Before you know it, you lose the ability to hunt. Before you know it, you lose the sense of what's out there, what's it like to be free. And at first, the lion tamer locks the door. Fearful. You're going to escape. Fearful, you're going to run away. After 2, 3, 5, 10, 15, 20 years, they no longer worry about that. Because you've already put a prison in your own mind. And now, that gate has no locked. In fact, the door is wide open, but you are so afraid to go out because you questioned if you could survive out there in the jungle. Are you still that king or queen in your jungle? Can you still survive? Could you make it happen out there? Are you going to be eaten alive by other animals? Can you still fight? No. So then what do? You stay in the cage. No one put you there anymore. The hardest prison to escape is in your mind. And now we're going to take a 5-minute break. Not 4 minutes, not 6 minutes, 5-minute break. When we come back, we will continue. This is a good time. Get hydrated, move around, we'll take a bathroom break. This is the moment. Also comment below. What is your aha from tonight's class so far for you?
Okay, so while we're on this break right now, some of you are following already in Sifu Dan's advice. Definitely don't feel obligated to stick around here. We're just going to give you some updates, additional information, what we've been seeing, and also engage with you for those who are staying here. For the rest of you, if you haven't grabbed your coffee, your drink, your, whatever, your maybe even a meal, you might be needing to have a meal, quickly go take care of that. If you need to quickly check on some messages, now would be the time. Do that, but don't get caught up in it. Just check your messages, tell people that you will get back to them in a couple hours, and get focused again. Dana, do we have any other announcements? How are things from support? What are some of the additional pieces of information that they would like our season to hear about?
Yeah, just make sure when you do comment within the Discord chat that you have a visible picture of yourself and that you use your full registered program name. That way you can connect with your fellow brothers and sisters, and also it is needed to engage within the chat, of course.
How many veterans do we have from previous seasons? Type in the chat, just identify yourself so that the new members that are here, help them out. Help them to be resourceful, challenge them, do it in a kind way. Many of you might have some questions right now. Feel free to type in the chat. If you're a new season, type in the chat, ask your questions. We'll get around to you. And if we do happen to miss it, you can always submit your questions into support@danlok.com. Now, let me just pre-frame and tell you this. Other seasons that have gone before you have actually killed it. Not all of them, but most of them have killed it with the attendance. So let me ask you and challenge each and every one of you. How many of you are confident that if Dan Lok, myself, Dana, we can show up here 100% of the time? How many of you feel confident that you can even show up here 80% of the time? Can you show? Oh, see, now we're starting to see the. Dana, are you seeing the 100%? I'm seeing some 100%. Okay,
I'm
we'll hold you
that.
to it. We'll hold you, take a screenshot of those names, right? So what can you do as a leader? Don't belittle others. You know, you do not know other people's circumstances, but encourage each other. Communicate with each other. Follow the terms and agreements. Make sure if you're not sure of something, check with a community member, check with a veteran. There's no pitching. There's no don't be, don't, if you're breaking into the rules, and it'll be dealt with quite severely. And we don't want to get off on a bad start. We're treating you as adults, mature adults. So show up as once, behave as once, put on the cape, be a high ticket closer. Mindset wise, you only have so much to gain, and it would be such a waste to see you go because of a simple infringement. Okay, so let's type in the chat. Dana, let's see what they're going to be typing in. The biggest takeaway, what have you learned so far? And then we're going to get ready in another minute or two. I believe Sifu will be coming back shortly. Takeaways. Okay, good. Look at that. Patrick's written something already. Great. Good. Mindset. Confusion's good. How many of you are already feeling that this is unlike any type of sales or any other kind of course you might have ever taken in the past? Not to be a perfectionist, default's a bitch, implementation, different, yes, transformational experience. We haven't started yet. This is just getting started. If there's anything, write this down, is that you will, just like Sifu Dan talked about, you will come back to this when you actually hit the ground and you're actually putting it to real practice. Some of you actually are already closing in your real life right now for your job, your business, your work. You will look back at this moment, you'll remember the mindset, that's the secret sauce. It's not the script. Okay, so I believe Sifu Dan is back right now.
Mm-hmm.
Let's get
so
started.
How you do anything is how you do everything. How to do anything is how to do everything. Who you are will show up in every single closing call that you do. There are many, many things that I'm not good at. In fact, most things I could tell you, Sifu could tell you, I'm not good at many, many things. Because I've dedicated my life to only a handful of things. Other than that, in what most people would consider basic life skills, I have very little. One of the jokes that I have with Jenny all the time is like, I don't know how to change a light bulb. I don't know how to change a light bulb. I'm not joking.
That is actually true.
Yes,
Or
I
put
do not.
air in car tires.
Yes, I do not know how to put is it gas or air? Air.
Both.
Both. Okay. I actually don't know how to do a lot of things that most people would do, because I haven't spent any time doing those things. Even when I had little money, I just dedicated my life to only a handful of things, right? I don't know how to cook. You don't want to eat my cooking, believe me. If there's a reality show on like the worst chef like in the world, I think I'll definitely be like top. Like I'll enter that. Like that would be incredibly entertaining actually as a show. Like it would be not Hell's Kitchen, it would be Kitchen in Hell, dish from hell, right? But there are a number of things that I'm good at that I consider I would be. Some say I'm world class. I'll let you be the judge of that. Only a handful of things. But other than that, I'm not good at many things. So if you come here, you say, "Oh, teach me how to cook." I cannot teach how to cook. It's not my thing, right? Actually, it's not my thing, right? So in life, it's always a choice. So I want to share with you a little bit about how I accidentally discover the amazing world of high ticket sales. Like where does high ticket closing come from, right? So I was born in Hong Kong. I immigrated to North America, Canada, when I was 14 years old. And my mom and dad got divorced when I was 16 years old. And shortly after that, my dad actually went bankrupt in Hong Kong. And as the only child in my family, I had to man up. I had to grow up because I needed to take care of my mom. So at an early age, actually, I had no directions. I didn't know what I wanted to do. But now that gave me focus, because I needed to take care of my family. And just like most people, was looking for a solution. I was looking for a way out. And I tried many different things to make money, to make a living. And I knew if I wanted to be able to provide for my mom, that there are a lot of things that I can, because I wasn't a particularly good student. Right? I was a C student, sometimes D student, depends on which class. So I wasn't particularly good in school. And I knew that I couldn't, a lot of times I saw stuff that I couldn't do, make a living. So I picked business. I thought maybe I could make money from business. And I tried many different things, right? I tried vending machines. I tried, at the time, multi-level marketing. I tried delivering stuff. I tried vending machines. I tried fixing like computer for people, all kinds of like different, nowadays, the kids, they say side hustle. Well, I tried a lot of side hustles, different businesses. None of them worked. None of them worked. And at the time I was involved with a network marketing company, because I thought that's a good way to make money. And why now I'm such a, I guess, so against network marketing. And because I experienced it. So I had print out these business cards, and they were free business cards, by the way. I print out these business cards. And I was living in a 1-bedroom apartment with my mom. And I thought I would put these cards, I was running up and down the stairs. Each unit, I would put these business cards under people's door. I thought that's a good way to get business. I know it's dumb. I did some dumb things, okay? Even Sifu did a lot of dumb things. Actually, I did a lot of dumb things. And, So I put it down there, and I thought, my phone would ring off the hook. And well, it didn't. But then it did ring. Then one person called me up. He said, "Oh, I saw this card, and I thought, oh, great. He's a prospect that I could recruit into my deal, right? And well, I'm just your neighbor. Why don't you come to my house, like my room, my unit, and we'll talk." And we did. And he was asking what I do, and I was doing my pitch, right? I had my presentations and all that, doing my pitching very poorly. And then he flipped the table on me. He said, this kind of way of doing business kind of silly. Why don't you have a website so you can get like leads and business prospects online? I never thought about it. I thought, yeah, that's a very smart idea, right? Then I can talk to the world. This is great. But it's going to cost you some money. Oh, so how much is it going to cost? Oh, it's going to be a couple grams. Like, okay, fine. I didn't have the money, but then I talked to my mom. Mom loaned me some money. I gave him the money. And then afterwards, he built a little site, which then, you need to add some features on the site. Oh, what do I need? And I had no idea. So, it's going to cost you, this much more money. I said, okay, fine. It's kind of halfway done. Let's make it happen. Right. So, my mom gave me some more money, and I did that. And then he said, this network marketing thing sounds tough. Why don't you create a website that sell to other network marketers and getting a site? And I thought, damn, that's a smart idea, right? If I can get, how many network marketers and I could get these sites. Oh my goodness, right? Holy shit, right? That would be great. Right? And but it's going to cost you this much money. Oh, I don't have that kind of money. Well, but that's the idea. So, okay, let me find the money, right? So then my mom, gave me some numbers. I called some of my relatives, and they loaned me money. So then I borrowed some money from them. And then anyway, back and forth. Now I'm already sinking a lot of money because I wanted to succeed so bad that I think it blinded my logic. And then after a while, we built that site. And he said, well, the site is good, but we need programming. At the time, I don't know what the hell is that. Like, you need stuff, programming to make the site work. You have the image, but you need stuff behind the scenes to make it work. Well, how much that's going to cost? Oh, it's going to be this much. Oh, fuck, I don't have that kind of money. Right? Oh, well, if it's going to build like with this close, it's almost like a gambler. You know what I'm talking about? Like a gambling addiction that like, oh, if it's just one more thing and then like one more bet and I'm going to get all my money back. It's that kind of mentality that I had. And they pitched me another idea. He said, maybe that's not such a good idea. You should do this idea instead. Well, long story short, back and forth. Borrowing money from friends and family, max out a credit card. He took almost 6-figure from us. Money I didn't have. And one day I was pissed. I was like, okay, fuck. I need to make sure we get the shit done. I promised my mom. My mom cried. My mom multiple times. Like, don't, like, it's almost like the son is gambling. Stop gambling, son, right? I said, Mom, just trust me. I'm going to make the money. I'm going to pay them all back. I'm going to prove to them that I'm smart. It's okay. I'm going to be successful. I'm going to take care of you. I'm so close to it. Just trust me one more time. I went to his unit. I saw the door was not closed. I thought, that's a little bit weird. How come it's not locked? I pushed the door open. The entire apartment was empty. He vanished. He was gone. And that was the last time I ever saw him. I went home. I told my mom. My mom was so disappointed. Not at me, but just at the whole situation. So now, including living expenses and stuff like that, I was about $150,000 in debt. I was early 20s. I was probably 20 years old. Now, how many of you agree $150,000 in debt for a 20-year-old, that is awful lot of money? How could a young man ever pay that off? What am I supposed to do? My mom had no job experience. She's always just been a housewife. Couldn't speak a word of English. Now with this 20-year-old son who is a failing student, who is this craziness guy chasing success, just being scammed. Now hundreds of $1,000, now $150,000 in debt. If you were my mom back then, what would be going through your mind? If you were me back then, what would be going through your mind? And I could tell you, I had thought of killing myself. I was living in Surrey at the time. Surrey, there was a Portola Bridge. And I thought, you know what? Like, I'm such a disappointment. What did I drag my mom into? That just end my life and that's it. Like, I have so much pain and I don't know how to get out of it. And I thought of my mom, like, I just knew if I do that, my mom, it would kill my mom. It just she wouldn't survive. I just knew it. So I had a choice. I could feel sorry about myself and just be a victim and say, okay, this is just life. Or I could make a different choice. And then something hit me. I thought, okay, like I'm 150K in debt, I'm 20 years old. What the fuck have I got to lose? I mean, it's like people say, oh, you hit rock bottom. I'm below rock bottom. Like I couldn't get any worse. So what have I got to lose? So I made a different decision. And I said, you know what? I would never, ever, ever be in that situation again. I said, I would do whatever the fuck it takes. It's because of my ignorance, my greed, my just stupid that got my family, me in this situation. That's when I turned into an obsessive student. That's when I went to the library. I was reading books. I was studying. Now, because I was taken advantage of by something that I don't know. Because if I would have known how internet, how all that works, that would not have happened. Right? That would not have happened. So I studied. I said, I'm going to fucking study this. I'm going to be so good at this. No one would ever be able to post something like this on me again. Ever. And it's that moment why still today, I'm such a dedicated student. Because deep down, somewhere, that I still remember that. Write this down. What you don't know could hurt you. What you don't know could hurt you. And I was lost. I was looking for a way. I was looking for something. And that's when I realized you can't count on other people. You cannot even, I couldn't even count on my dad to provide. Couldn't count on my dad to just provide me to go to school, take care of my mom. Couldn't even count on someone like your parents. And that's when I learned that I needed skilled. Now circle back to that. So the first skill that Sifu developed was copywriting. And the second skill was consulting, and third is high ticket closing. Because when I was selling, copywriting, closing, and consulting, I noticed I need to be good on the phone in order to sell. That's how I developed those skill sets. My first skill, copywriting. The second high income skill, consulting, and third was HTC. I didn't have a name for it back then. It was just closing. And what I've learned over the years, that doesn't matter how bad things get, doesn't matter what happens. And over the years, my business has gone through ups and downs, just like most people, right? I've had my ups and downs too. Businesses, they don't always make money, ups and downs. But what I could always count on are my skills. Write this down. It is the skill that pays the bills. What I could always count on are my skills. So it doesn't matter what happens to my business. I could count on my skill set. You making you money. Not a fucking stock. Not even a piece of real estate. You make you money. Nothing wrong with investing. I teach that. But you need that foundation first. Develop the high income skills first before you transition to high return investments. The wealth triangle. How many are familiar with the wealth triangle? And what I've learned is throughout that journey that it doesn't take more effort to sell something at 2 times, 5 times, or 10 times the price. In some cases, it takes less effort. It takes less effort. It doesn't take more effort. So when I was in debt, and I developed my first skill because I found my mentor who taught me that skill. He gave me that skill set. So one thing you have to understand is this, that savers are losers. Say it with me, savers are losers. Most people, they save their way to bankruptcy. They saved their way to bankruptcy. You were told, don't, come on, you gotta save the few dollars. Don't drink that Starbucks coffee in the morning. Save the few bucks and then put that away. And in freaking 56 years, you will be financially successful. Right? A penny saves, a penny earned. How many have heard from that from your parents? A penny saved is a penny earned, you know? Well, a penny saved is still a fucking penny. So the way I pay off my debt wasn't because I was trying to save a few dollars a day. That's not how I pay off the $150K in debt. The way that I paid it off was I increased my income, because the fact is you do not solve debt problems by saving. You solve your debt problems by increasing your income. Your number one focus is to increase your income. You don't have a debt problem. You have an income problem. So I want you to write down on your notepad, and you don't have to share, just to yourself, how much roughly, you may not have an accurate number, roughly how much debt do you have? Put that number down. Write it in your journal. How much debt do you have? I want you to look at that number. If you have none, you're very, very fortunate. If you're in debt, now I want you to then look at your current income level, and ask yourself this question. If your income doesn't change with your current income, assuming you don't eat, you don't spend a dime of that on yourself, you don't use that for your living expense, you don't use that to pay your bills, let's say every single dollar that comes in that you earn right now, how long would it take for you to pay off your debt to be debt free? Post in the chat, give me that number. How long would it take? Even you don't spend a dollar. I want you to look at that number yourself. So what difference does it make? You don't drink that Starbucks coffee in the morning. Please tell me. Just what difference does it make? Like as if that would solve your problem. You wouldn't even put a dent to the thing, to the mountain of debt that you have. So you don't have a debt problem, you have an income problem. So now let's look at a different scenario. Let's look at the debt that you have. And I want you to think about the income that you're making right now. Just look at the income, compare the debt that you have. Now, what if you triple the amount of income that you're making right now? If you're not making income, I want you to think of a number. What if you triple the amount of income that you're making right now? How much faster could you pay off that debt? How much sooner could you be debt free? What if you can 5 times your income? How much faster could you pay off that debt? So could you see why your problem is not actually a debt problem? Your problem is lack of income. Your problem is not generating enough income with what you do. Please write this down. Income is king. You cannot get wealthy without income. Income is king. What most financial people talk about, they're talking about becoming wealthy with your existing income level, which is fine. That's playing not to lose. Nothing wrong with that. Being conservative, that's fine. That's most people's possibility. I get that. But for most people, they just don't have the ability to increase the income by 2, 3, 5 times. It's not normal. We're not talking about normal. Fuck normal. I'm talking about increasing your value, the value that you could deliver to the marketplace. So you could 2, 3, 5, 10 times your income. Oh, that sounds too good to be true. Yeah, maybe for most people. It better be not for you. It better be not for you. So ultimately, your income problem, it is not an income problem. It is a skill problem. Your income problem is not an income problem. It's a skill problem. Could you be more valuable? Could you be more skillful? Could you deliver more value to the marketplace? If that's the case, could you earn more? And that's how you can increase your income dramatically in a short period of time. And you see this in the Facebook group. You see the booms. Whenever we close a sale in our community, we use a boom. And you see those again and again. You see our HTC students making 5, 6, 8, 10, 15, 20K. You see those stories. In fact, part of the assignment is for you to see some of those stories. It simply means you have not developed a high income skill. It simply means you have not developed your high income skill. No one taught you a high income skill. So what I'm here to do is to transfer that skill to you. Why would I transfer that skill to you? Shouldn't I just keep it to myself? Because that's a scarcity mindset. You see, if there was a candle with a light, if I light up another candle, I don't get dimmer. My light doesn't disappear. So imagine we have a whole room of 1,000, 2,000, 5, 10,000 candles. And as I light up each candle, what happens to the room? Doesn't the room get brighter? You being more successful doesn't take away from my success. In fact, it's the other way around. Your success is my success. Number one is a validation of my methodology works. And I know it works, and of course it works. I would not have students around the world if it doesn't work. But not everybody make it work though. We do not have 100% success rate. No one has 100% success rate. Effort is their ability. I can only teach. How they choose to use the skills is up to them. I cannot guarantee your success. How many understand that I cannot guarantee your success? In fact, I cannot even give you any guarantee of success. How successful you become is up to you, how you use that skills. What I could guarantee is I'm going to give you that skills. And by me teaching that skill, transferring my skill to you, it makes everybody more successful. So your success doesn't take away. So I don't need to hold back. And I've got plenty of skills. Ask my students who've been with me 6 months, a year, 2 years, who've been with me for a long time. I have some depth in my skill sets. So I don't need to be, I'm not coming from scarcity that, I have to hold back. No, I'm going to give you as much as you could digest, as much as you could absorb. And you absorb more without a filter. %, 3%. 97% of people are dead broke by the age of 65. Only 3% succeed financially. Actually, you would think that number is lower now. It's lower now. Less of a percentage succeed financially. Less. And I also noticed something very strange is part of it, and I'll explain why. Can I just go off the PowerPoint here just for a second? Okay, it's something that comes to my mind. I just want to share. I'm going to go off the PowerPoint for a second. I notice, maybe you notice yourself, that I do have students now retaking HTC, and you're here going through the class. By the way, for those of who are going through this from previous season, going through it right now, are you picking up new distinctions? Are you picking up new lessons? Put in the chat. Are you getting new aha moments? Is it very different from what you took before from previous season? The lessons, the insights, the structure. So I noticed something very interesting, that when they took HTC, when you took HTC, the first few, the 7 weeks, and even after you graduate, the first few weeks, you were kicking ass. You were closing, you were kicking ass and taking names. You were just in a good place and you're building momentum. This is great. You share your few booms, and boom, suddenly you stop. When things are working, you stop. For no good reason, by the way. No logical reason. Why is that? Why is that? Fear, mindset, looking at the chat. Because you underestimate the matrix. You underestimate your environment and you overestimate yourself. So you self-sabotage. You always have to understand this is years, decades of poverty programming here. What I am doing, or I'm aiming to do, is to rewire and reprogram that in 7 weeks. That is a tough thing to do. Doesn't matter how good I am. That's a tough thing to do. I wish I could just teach the skills without going through the mindset, but you won't get it. It won't work. So when things are good, things get a little bit too good, you step on the brake and you self-sabotage. You stop practicing. You stop revisiting the materials. And you stop doing what works. What got you those sales in the first place? That's my challenge. My challenge is not giving you the skill. My challenge is I got to give you the skill at the same time fighting with your years of negative poverty programming that was placed there by your parents, by your school teacher, by your current environment right now. That's my challenge. Giving the skill is actually easy. That's the easiest part. Getting you to get out of your own way, holy fucking God. Is that tough or what? That is tough, tough, tough. That is hard. Getting you to see yourself in a new possibility. Getting you not fall back to your old behaviors. That's tough. It's like I say, hey, the door is opened. I've unlocked that door. You don't need to be in a cage. And you say, no, the door is locked. I said, look at this fence. There's no fence. You just need to take a step. Just go. No. They're going to catch me. No, they're going to capture me and put it back here. I said, there's no one. Just go. And you sit there and you don't move. Or worse, for some, you walk out there and you come back to the fucking cage yourself. And I keep yelling and saying, come over here. There's no one here. Come over here. It's free. Come on here. This is safe. Don't hear a damn thing. You don't hear it. That's my challenge. As a teacher, that's my biggest challenge. Otherwise, I could teach you the closing part, one class. The technical part of it, it's not hard. I shouldn't say it's not hard. It is not complex. It is still hard, but it's not complicated. One thing I learned from my martial art Sifu, my instructor, he shared with me, I was training with him. And as you don't know, I study martial art. I've studied actually under two of Bruce Lee's original students, which I study. Jeet Kune Do, which is Bruce Lee's martial art. I also study Wing Chun, which is a form of martial art. How many have watched Yip Man? If you also watch Yip Man, that's the martial art that I study. So I've studied Wing Chun from different instructors, same style. And when I found my instructor right now, and when he showed me how his Wing Chun is different, and I was like, holy shit, how could it be? Like, I've been studying this for a long time. Like, how come the same technique, but there's so much more depth to what he's teaching? And then he said to me, Dan, the biggest determining factor for your accomplishment as a martial artist is not how many hours you train or how hard you train, is who trains you. What a profound statement. It's not how hard you work, it's who trains you. And then when he trains me, and I could see the difference, because every single technique he has already spent his lifetime testing, refining, and mastering. So when he taught it to me, it wasn't something that's not sophisticated. It wasn't something that's not proven. It's decades of experience. The little distinctions, the little subtlety that it would have taken me maybe a lifetime, maybe more than a lifetime to figure out. But he would just teach that. And that shortened my learning curve. And I changed the way that I train, and suddenly I have more power, I have more accuracy, I have more control. Incredible. And then I suddenly found my skill set just took a quantum leap that I couldn't get there on my own until I had my Sifu show me the way. And I found the gap was fascinating, because as I learned it and I thought I get it, then I thought I think, okay, I got it, Sifu, I got it, right? Then he would show me some little something else, just a little tweak. I'm like, oh my God, I don't get that. What does that come from, right? A tiny little thing, tiny changes, so profound. And he's always experimenting and testing new things all the time. And one thing I have huge respect for my Sifu is he said to me in the beginning when I was training with him, because in martial art, you always, like, out of respect, you never question, right? You don't question your instructor. That's like out of respect, right? If he teaches a certain technique, that's a certain technique, right? That's how it is. But then in the beginning, I think it was like first few classes, he said to me, Dan, don't believe a damn thing I tell you. I said, what? He said, don't believe a damn thing I tell you. I said, that's odd. Like, Sifu, what do you mean? He said, well, how do you know this technique works? Oh, because you teach it to me, of course it works. You know better than I do. And he said, what if I'm wrong? Well, Sifu, you cannot be wrong. You have decades of experience. You're one of the best in the world. How could you be wrong? He said, what if I'm wrong? What if I'm blinded by my own ignorance? How do you know? I'm a human being. I have biases too. I said, okay. So here's what I want you to do. Everything I teach you, I want you to experiment yourself. I want you to always be curious. Test it. This is the best that I could teach to me, proven for me, but it may not be for you. Right? Maybe you have different attributes. Maybe you're a little bit taller, and I'm a little bit taller than him. He's very short. You know, maybe my body, like my physical, like all that's, you know, my body, my speed, whatever it might be. I have different attributes. What works for me might not work for you. You need to experiment. I remember one time he was showing, it's funny, he was showing a technique on how to deal with weapon, like a knife fighting. And then one student was like, he learned it from another master, suppose, on how to deal with weapon, like a short knife. And he came in, and he's one of our, you know, classmates, right? We training, and my Sifu was like, oh, well, you know, so how do you know that works? Oh, because my other instructor taught me that. Okay. So we were doing experimenting. So it's like, oh, here's what we do. So we put on this white shirt. Sifu said, put this on. We put on this white shirt. He put on white, we put on a white shirt. And they gave us a red marker. So I want you to pretend this is a knife. Okay. I want you to use your whatever technique that you believe it works. So then what I want you to do is I want you to hold this marker. I want you to pretend it's a knife to see how many cuts you get him. No rehearse. Let's see what happens, right? And then he does that. And then he does his move. Well, first of all, after he does the move, like he got, like we work like gears and stuff, but his white shirt after this thing is done, it's got so many slashes, right? He's dead like 10 times already. So then my Sifu was like, well, how is that working for you? So then he's like, how do you know that works? Well, clearly, I guess it didn't work so well. And then my Sifu was like, okay, I want you to do the same thing. So the guy who is doing whatever technique, he said, I want you to hold the marker. I have my white shirt. So my Sifu had his white shirt. He said, I want you to attack me in any way, any form, any timing, how many times you want, as often as you want, right? So come at me with all your force. He tried, and boom, he would stop immediately. Immediately. No slashes, no red marker, nothing. Right? He said, now, that's not fair. Let's try again. So he did it again. Boom! Same thing. Right? And said, well, maybe this time is not fair. How about this? I'm going to give you a warning. I'm going to count 1 to 3. You attack me at 3 anytime you want. Right? Here you go. Are you ready? You ready? 1, 2, 3, go. Boom! Right? But a few times now, the guy, he's getting hurt. Right? Pretty badly. Because those stopping, it hurts like hell, right? So what's the lesson? He said, everything that I teach, I need to experiment. I need to be my own feedback machine. So I need to question it. You got to question it. So all I'm here to do is to show you the door. I think I'm here to give you a foundation. But you gotta, that's why every single student I train within HTC, they all have different styles. You would see they all utilize the same principle, but you notice everybody is a little different. Some, they would use certain techniques more, some would use a little bit less. So it is not a like a cookie cutter approach. You would develop your own style. My job as your Sifu, I'm not trying to make you to make you be me. I'm trying to mold you to be the best of you. I want to help you to become the best version of you. Don't try to be Dan Lok. Try to be you. I'm going to give you the principles. But you be you. Because only when you are the best version of you, then you're the most effective. You try to be Desmond, you try to be me, you will fail 100% of the time. But I'm going to teach you the basics, the fundamentals. So you got to start somewhere. Just like in martial art, I need to teach you the stance. I need to teach you the basic forms. How do you throw a strike? How do you kick? How to generate maximum power, right? Your body mechanics, timing and speed and training method. I'm going to give you all that in closing. Once you know that, when you use it though, you're going to develop your own style. You can develop your own style. So don't try to copy me, especially when we get into the techniques that I would say a certain word, I would use a certain phrase, or I would ask a certain question, and oh, Sifu uses that, I should use that. No. I'm demonstrating everything I teach. Write this down. HTC is a principle-based art. It's a principle-based art. Not technique-based. Because when it's principle-based, we could use any techniques. Whatever it needs to get the job done. The mechanic, the tactic, doesn't matter. Do I need to say the exact word in this way, using this exact script? No. That's why you see, you're asking for a script, you're thinking about script. By the end of 7 weeks, you're like, what script? Almost none of my students uses a script. Then how could they close so well? The students that I've trained, the thousands, now cumulatively, in total, we've closed, Desmond, how much? What's the total number? Brands, companies.
Too many to count. But I mean, even just in terms of revenue, it's been more than probably close to $34.5 billion. And yeah, just too many to contact.
I'll say that slowly. $34.5 billion. Students have trained using HTC method, closing sales that would not have been closed for brands, companies, in every single imaginable industry that you could think of. Billions. So I guess this works. Maybe just a bit. Maybe just a bit. And the word Sifu, where I don't take that lightly because I don't call someone Sifu lightly. In a Chinese word, this actually, I'll say in Chinese, I'll translate for you. 一日為師，終身為父. It means Sifu for day, Sifu for life. So in the dojo, when you're practicing, make sure you practice safely, support each other. So this is the first day of our mentorship. We're about probably 2/3 into the class. And we are 3 hours in. 3 hours in. By the way, are you learning anything new? Are you getting aha moments? New seasoned students, put in the chat. Are you looking at things just kind of a little bit differently, seeing that glimpse of green code? Maybe it flashes. Is your head spinning? Waking up. And I say, do not call me Sifu. You can call me Dan. Perfectly okay to call me Dan. And I say in martial art, it's a term that I don't take lightly. So do not call me Sifu unless you mean it. I want to share with you a story about a man who changed my life, which is my first Sifu, my first mentor. So I was $150,000 in debt, desperate. At the time, because I was looking for any ways to make money. I would subscribe to these, what I call the opportunity magazines, home business opportunity, things like that, on how to make money from home, how to make money doing anything. And I would get a lot of these junk mails. And I would look at these junk mails. I thought, some of them throw it in the trash can. But there's always this person who sent me these letters that it's different from everybody else. It's always personal. It's always in a white envelope. And I thought, that's interesting. And every single time I get these letters, it was invitation to some sort of workshop. And most of the time it's free. And perfect. If it's free, it's for me because I had no money. So it's awesome. It's good, right? So I would attend these workshops in these hotel rooms, and I would go and just learn. I just like being there. And so I was getting these letters from a gentleman called Alan Jacks. He was the one that's sending me these invitations to these workshops. And Alan was running at the time one of the biggest financial education companies in Canada. And one time I was going to attending these workshops. I was sitting in the very back of the room, and I saw this gentleman sitting next to me with like gray hair. And I kind of peeked. I looked at the name tag. I looked at the speaker. I looked at the name tag. I looked at the speaker. I looked at the name tag. And I said, no fucking way. It says Alan Jacks. I says, cannot be. There's no way. And I asked, I'm sorry. Are you Mr. Alan Jacks? He said, yes, I am. I said, oh my fucking God. Right? Because I was the biggest fan, because I was studying his letters and I would save them. I would 3-hole punch them. And I'm like, oh my God. Like I was yelling, and the speaker was looking at me like, shut the fuck up. Because I was making a scene, right? I was like a total fanboy moment, right? Fanboy like crazy. I was like yelling, oh my God. And I'm just like, and it's like, oh yeah, okay, calm down. You know, say, I am your biggest fan. I love your work. And Alan was like, first of all, he was flattered, but he was shocked a bit. I was like, who the hell is this like Asian, energetic young guy? Like, what the hell's going on, right? It was spiky hair with glasses. And it was like, yeah. You know, we do very good workshops, because he thought I was complimenting on the workshops he does. I said, no. Not the workshop, your letters. I said, I save all your letters. I 3-hole punch them. I collect them. And I would tell him like all the marketing pieces that he wrote. I was fascinated by it. And he looked puzzled, right? Because I think I might be the first guy ever who like compliments on that, because most people think of that as junk mails, right? And I said, oh, this is great. And then it's like, let's don't make a scene, don't make noise. I said, can I buy you lunch? That one question changed my life. I said, can you buy you lunch? And he was looking at me. He paused a little bit. He looked at me, and he said, what the hell? I gotta eat. So then we went. So the hotel was on the I think second or third floor. Anyway, we went downstairs to the restaurant. We sat down, and we're talking, right? Because we just like, I'm not interested in the speaker now. I've got like my idol in front of me, right? And I was telling him, and now I think this is kind of interesting, and in some way, I think it kind of worked. So I was being very honest, very transparent with him. I said, Alan, I'm so glad, I'm so happy that we're having lunch. But I gotta be honest, like I'm a young guy. I don't have a lot of money. Actually, I don't have money. So you know, if you would order a drink, a burger, you know, I could afford it, but you order anything like a steak or anything like that, my credit card would probably bounce, like it probably would decline. So he just laughed. It's like, you know, he appreciates the honesty, right? And I just said to him, he said, no worry, you know, I'm not hungry, so just order the drink. And we talked. And from there, then he told me a little bit, I told me a little bit about myself, and he told me a little bit about what he does and how he does it. And then later on, I basically found out his address, his home address. By the way, I don't recommend this. I do not recommend this. Okay, at all, please. But I did at the time. I didn't know, right? So basically, I was stalking him. Yeah, please don't stalk Sifu. But I was stalking him, and I was going to his home. And because my first business when I was in high school was actually mowing lawns, right? So I was mowing his lawn, like I was cleaning up his garbage and all that stuff. Like every day I just showed up at his house because his house is also part of his office, right? And at the time I didn't know. I thought that's what you do, right? I didn't know. I was like naive. And it's hilarious because Alan's wife thought like I was his like bastard child. Because like, who is this fucking Asian guy like showing up our door, like doing these crazy things? Like, is he your son? Like, did you have an affair or something like that? So it got him in a lot of trouble in the beginning. It's like, what the fuck, right? And so, but later on, once I got to know, right, Alan's wife, and then everything is we just laugh at it. And finally, almost a month of stalking, right? A month of stalking. Finally, he just couldn't, like he needed to do something to get rid of me because I'm not going anywhere, right? And he's not so mean that he would call the cops on me. And he said, okay, fine. Okay, I would take you on. And what do you want? And so I'll learn. So I'll take you on. But he said, I will only take you on as a mentee under 3 conditions. You and I have to make an agreement. Okay, I'm going to give you 3 rules. And if you break any one of these rules, I want you to leave and I will never see you again. I don't want you to come to my house ever again. We're very serious about this. I said, okay, no problem. Unless we agree on these 3 things, it's not going to happen if you want to be my apprentice. I said, rule number 1, no excuse. If I hear any excuse from you at any moment during our mentorship, I will not mentor you. Oh, yeah, but. Anything after but, I'm not interested. Any excuse from you, because an excuse is nothing more than a well-planned lie. I don't want to hear any excuse from you. I'm not interested in your excuse. So can we agree on that? I said, you got it. No excuse. And that's the first rule that I'm going to share with you. I'm going to give you for our community as well. No excuse and no bad apple. Oh, Sifu, I can't figure out how Discord works. I don't give a shit. Figure it out. Oh, Sifu, what the class, the replay, how does it work? Figure it out. How do I upload a photo? Figure it out. How to do anything is how to do everything. You want to make 6 figures a closer? You can't figure this shit out? Seriously. And you wonder why your life doesn't work. So I'm going to hold you to a higher standard. Can I hold you to a higher standard? Just think about how many opportunities you've lost in life because of excuses. How you can't do something. And I believe we have no bad apple policy. Because a bad apple ruins the community for everybody else. So very simple. No energy drainer, no bad apple, no negativity. Life is too short. Life is too short. So usually what happens in the first 2 weeks in any new season, We will have to give a verbal warning to some and kick some bad apples out. And I believe we've already kicked someone out with the time that we have together. And yes, we kick people out. Because I don't want their freaking money. If I'm gonna spend time training you, giving you the gift of a skill that I spent decades learning and refining, I don't want to transfer my skill to someone who doesn't appreciate it. And I don't want to transfer to someone who fucking knows it all. And I don't want to transfer to someone who's got a big ego. And I don't want to transfer my skill to someone who doesn't listen. Because they're going to use their ability for, not for good, but for evil purposes. Because you'll see by the end of 7 weeks, you could take what I teach you and abuse it. It is that powerful. You could close pretty much anyone, anytime on anything. It's too powerful of a skill to give to a person who doesn't have the best intention. It's too dangerous to teach someone. It's like I teach someone martial art and they go kill somebody. Use it for self-defense, but don't use it to hurt somebody. You can use it to protect somebody, but if they go out and kill someone, it's like then part of it, that becomes my fault. I feel bad. So I don't do that. So I kick people out. And we have a 3-strike rule. Some of these rules include spamming, being a bad apple. The first time you break the rule, you're going to get a community mute, meaning we'll mute you for 7 days. Again, happens, mute you for another 7 days so you can post. Third time, we ban you. When I say I ban someone, the way I do it, I always imagine that I'm inviting you to my home. This is my home. My family is here. If I invite you to my home, I'm treating you like a family. I'm teaching you. I'm introducing my family to you. I'm letting you stay in my guest house. And if someone is a bad apple, I will kick them out of the house and I will ban them. When I say ban them, I don't mean ban them from HTC. I mean I ban them from everything I will ever do in my life. They are banned from anything, any program, anything I teach forever. I do not want those people in my life because I don't need them. Well, Sifu, isn't that a little harsh? Maybe. But that's how I choose to live. Can we agree on that? Can we also understand that I'm doing this to protect you? The good students. To protect the family. Not going to bring someone who's toxic. And if you see anyone that's like that, less support, no. We'll take care of it. So you could police for me if you could. And you see someone like that, yeah, I'm not going to let it happen. I'm not going to let someone to hurt our family, our global family. It's too valuable. It's too precious. It's too precious. So can we agree on that? No excuse and no bad apple. Put in the chat if you agree on that. Yes. And Alan told me, okay, that's rule number 1, no excuse. And rule number 2, he said, the rule number 2 I have is no opinion. He said, I am not interested in your opinion. And I said, well, but Alan, what if I have a good idea? Like I'm creative, I'm energetic. Like what if I give you a good idea that like, this and that, like I'm jumping up and down, right? He said, Dan, you want to learn from me because you want my income, right? I said, yeah. I said, I don't want your income. If I have your income, well, life would suck. I don't want your income. So unless you get to my level, you generate the income that I generate, I'm not interested in your opinions. Does that make sense? I said, yeah, I guess, right? Yeah. When you get to my level or you make more, sure, I'll listen to you. Before that, I'm not interested in your opinions because chances are your opinions are wrong anyway. So can we agree on that? No opinions. I say, yes, no problem. Because I'm like, I don't know. I mean, I don't know much anyway. Look, whatever I knew got me 150K in debt. Clearly, those opinions didn't work so well. So I'm like, no problem. I'm coachable. So that's my rule number 2 for you. No opinions. Unless you've closed as much sales as what we have done, I have very little interest to hear what you have to say about closing. Not that I don't listen to you. I listen to my students very well. You notice I'm very active. But I'm talking about when it comes to this particular skill set. You with me? Practice what I teach you first. Get good at it before you be creative. Let's not get creative in the beginning. Get creative after you get good. But in the beginning, just practice the basics. Just do the basics. Get good at it first, right? Don't get distracted. And rule number 3 that Alan told me is no blame, no justify, no complaint. I said no victims. Alan told me that one thing I hate the most is victims. People who are pointing fingers. It's never their fault. I said, I don't have time for that. If you can learn from me, I don't have time for that. So no victims. This is the easiest. So no problem. Like I'm not going to play victims. I'm going to take full responsibility. Write this down. Full responsibility. That's right. Lame people blame people. That's correct. So no victims. So can we agree on that? So in HTC, we always have a rule, and there's no BMW. No bitcher, moaner, and whiner. You could drive a BMW, just don't be a BMW. Okay? Buy one, lease one, drive one, just don't be one. So no BMW, no bitching, moaning, whining. How does Discord work? Are we on Zoom? Where's the link? No BMW. When am I going to get the replay? Is it 24 hours already? No BMW. How do I log into the Facebook group? No BMW. Figure it out. I'm not just training you a skill. I'm giving you a new habit, a new way of operating. A new way of operating. How many of you agree that you could operate at a higher level? You could be more resourceful. You could be more proactive. Yes? We all could. Let's start today. Who wants to start today? Right now. Today. Today. And everything we do, I can tell, we stand behind everything we do. We have a rock solid 30-day money back guarantee. I'm going to let you go through half of HTC. If you think it's not for you, let us know. I don't want you to be in a marriage that you don't want to be in. If you're going to be in a marriage, I want you to be happy. I want you to be joyful. I want you to be here because you want to be here, not because you're obligated to be here, right? Why put yourself through that? Is that a solid guarantee? Is that fair? And after a month, you say, this is home. This is where you want to be. This is where you feel like this is it. Then you stay. Then you stay. So, by the way, before we get into the 5 reasons why people fail to create real wealth in their lives, how many of you, for the first 3 hours, first class, how many of you are a little bit confused? How many of you are a little bit overwhelmed? How many of you actually have more clarity? That actually you have more clarity coming in now. How many of you have more confidence in terms of you are at the right place at the right time? That you know, before class one, maybe on the fence, maybe not so sure. But now by now, you felt, yes, you're in the right place at the right time. Great, great. So 5 reasons why people fail to create wealth in their lives. So we're talking about skill set, and you're here to develop a high income skill. So let's talk about money. So why most people, if you ask most people, if you ask them, hey, would you like to have more wealth in life? Would you like to have more income in life? Most people would say, yeah, sure. Sure. If you ask most people, they would say, yeah, sure. But there's a difference between interest and commitment. When you're interested in doing something, you do it only when it's convenient. How many of you do things because it's convenient? But when you're committed to something, you accept no excuses, you do whatever it takes. So if your convenience is stronger than your conviction, it will always be a struggle. If you come in here and you kind of try, I'm gonna try HTC, you're gonna fail. I can tell you right now. I'll see how it goes. You're gonna fail. You don't need to see how it goes. You will fail. It's not gonna work. Anything that is like you're gonna test the water, tiptoe, not gonna work. You're wasting your time. Because like in other areas of your life, when has that worked? Anything, any skill, any instrument, any sport. So can you see there's a difference between interest and commitment? So are you interested learning high-ticket closing, or you're committed learning high-ticket closing? Put in the chat. Interested or committed? Just you're interested. You're just interested, leave. Seriously. Go watch some poor TV. Doesn't make a difference, because I can't help you if you're not committed. I am committed. I'm investing my time to be here with you. I'm not looking at the clock. So if you're committed to your success, I'm committed to your success. So you're committed. Because the wealth killer number 1 is lack of commitment. Most people, they dream about becoming wealthy. They want to be more financially successful. Think about your friends and family, right? They say, oh, I want to be more successful. Or most actually don't. But for some, they say, I want to be more successful. How many have heard of things like you talk to your people around you, right? And they're bitching BMW about certain situation. Oh, I hate what I do. I hate this thing. I hate my city or whatever. But you ask them, well, why don't you do something about it? And they never do anything about it. Right? They're just complaining about whatever situation. Oh man, let's get a drink. And the whole drinking thing is a bitching session, right? This total victim mode. That's correct. Total victim mode, right? Co-workers. Lack of commitment. Say with me, a real commitment is a commitment with a formal structure. A real commitment is a commitment with a formal structure. The difference is, without a formal structure is always just a dream, a wish. HTC works because we have a very formal structure. You're going to be here every single week. Afterwards, you're going to have assignments. You're going to do dojo. You're going to practice. It's 7 intense weeks. Probably more intense than anything you've done. It's a lot. How many of you have gone through some of the pre-training? The pre-training before HTC, some of the materials, some of the training videos, some of the tutorials, you watched some of it. How many of you were overwhelmed by how much pre-assignment you have to do? There was a lot. There's a lot, right? So there was a lot. Getting ready so they get the most out of HTC. So think about someone who want to lose weight. Let's say you have two people who want to lose weight. And one person say, "Oh man, you know, I've gained a few pounds. I want to lose a few pounds." And you say, "Okay, cool. So what are you going to do? What are you planning to do to lose weight?" "Well, you know, I'm kind of thinking of going to the gym, you know, maybe after work or something like that." And you say, "Well, you know, so okay, so how many times you're planning to go?" "Well, I don't know, maybe a couple of times a week whenever I have time. I'll do my best." "Okay, which gym are you going to go to?" "I don't know yet. You know, I'll find out. Maybe there's one next to me. I don't know, right?" "Okay, and when you go there, we're going to do, well, maybe, you know, lift cardio, maybe lift some weights. And okay, how long are you going to exercise?" "Oh, depends on how I feel like it. Maybe 25 minutes, 30 minutes, something like that." Okay. Now, if someone's like that, what are the chances of this person losing weight? 0. Why? Because it's a commitment without formal structure. It's not a commitment. Now, take a second person. This person say, "Oh man, I need to lose some weight, man. You know, I've been single for a long time. You know, summer is coming up. If I could go to the beach, hopefully by then I could. You know, I want to look my best. You know, I want to be the best version of myself, right? I need a, man, it's tough being single, man. I don't know. So I gotta look my best, right? So I can fit in that bikini, right? Or fit in that swimming trunks, whatever it is, right? I want to look good. Okay, and you say, "So what's your plan?" "Well, my plan is I am going to go to the gym, right? 3 times a week, right after work, 6 p.m. to 8 p.m. 3 times a week." "Okay, all right. Ooh, that's pretty precise." "Yep. Monday, Wednesday, Friday." "What if it rains?" "Doesn't matter. Monday, Wednesday, Friday." "What if it snows?" "Doesn't matter. Monday, Wednesday, Friday." "All right. Okay. And when you go there, what are you going to do?" "Well, I'm going to hire a personal trainer to make sure to teach me the proper structure, to teach me how to exercise properly, also to map out a plan, a eating plan for me. And chances are I'll do some weights for 1 hour, and then I'll do some weights for 1 hour. And then we'll have like arms, back, chest, legs day, different days. And so muscle confusion, right? So make sure I work different parts of my body. Now, second person. Do you think this person has a higher probability of success? Yes or no? So both kind of want to lose weight. What is the difference? Plan, structure, getting a trainer, right? Yeah. Commitment, very good. Clarity, yes. Organization. You know, what is the best way to have that formal structure? The best way to have that formal structure is to take thinking out of it. I'm giving you a very important point. They will impact the way you learn. It's to take thinking out of it. Because think about it. The first person, well, how often you want to go, well, whenever I could, right? So every single time this person has to go to the gym, he has to think about it. He has to think about, wow, do I feel like it? Should I go? Oh, I just finished work. I'm kind of tired. He has to do a lot of thinking. Versus the second person, there's no thinking. It's Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 6 to 8, 2 hours, have a person. There's no thinking. There's no thinking about it. You would do better in HTC without thinking too much. Without overthinking too much. If this is the schedule for the class, this is the schedule for the role play, these how many hours I want you to practice, this is the these are the assignments. Trust the process. We train thousands and thousands and thousands of students. This works. This works. So could you just trust the process for 7 weeks? Just trust the process. Immerse yourself for 7 weeks. If we get attendance rate of 80%, then 8 weeks. That's all I'm asking. Trust the process. Wealth killer number 2, lack of focus. Lack of focus. You notice wealthy people, they're laser beam focused. They're very much focused on what they want to accomplish. You notice people who struggle financially, they have what I call shiny object syndrome. Let me ask you a question. How many of you have had, maybe still a little bit, the shiny object syndrome? Meaning you like to jump from one thing to another. You don't stick with it long enough. It's this, and you try another thing, and try another thing, and try another thing, and try another thing, and try another thing. Jump from one thing to another. Why do people have shiny object syndrome? Why do they have shiny object syndrome? No clarity, trying to succeed, looking for shortcut. I'm just looking and then like a self-esteem. That's correct. Think about the different vehicle or different things that you maybe before. How many of you put in a chat? What are some of the things you've tried to generate more income in the past? I want to see. Selling T-shirts, Amazon, Shopify, network marketing, drop shipping, developing app, eBay, yeah,
trading. So question number 1 is, are there people making money doing some of those things? Are there people who are successful doing some of those things? Right? You could see those success stories. So clearly the vehicle works for some people. Maybe it doesn't work for all, but it works for some people, yes? So then if not that thing, and then you try something else, a second thing, right? And a third thing, and then you try a few things, and still kind of, there are people who are successful with the second and third thing too, but somehow you don't know why, you can't pinpoint what it is. You can see working for other people, but somehow it just doesn't work for you. And you wonder why. So why do people have shiny object syndrome? Can I just be very, very blunt? Could you handle the truth? I'm not being blunt to hurt you. It would never be my intention to hurt you. It's to help you to get this. Because once you get this, you will not go back. You will not look at what you do the same way. People have shiny object syndrome because of lack of self-esteem.
they're working on one thing. Let's say they're plan A, vehicle A, whatever it might be. And they're saying subconsciously to themselves, well, just in case plan A doesn't work, let me try plan B. And just in case this thing doesn't work, I'm going to try plan C. They have a backup plan. So think about what internal dialogue you're having with yourself. What you're truly saying is what? I don't believe plan A would ever work. Because if you know, absolutely have zero doubts, absolute belief that plan A would work, why do you need plan B and plan C? So because subconsciously you believe it would fail, guess what? It becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy, so it fails. Not only the first one fails, the second and third. Are you getting this? So by doing that, you already fail before you even start. Isn't that the truth? So you thought it's a backup plan. It's not a backup plan. It's a failing plan. And that's why they never worked, and they will never work. You need to focus on developing one thing. Mastery. First. You got to develop those high income skills first. I do have people ask me, students ask me, what should I invest in, Sifu? Yourself. You will never get a better return. Invest in yourself. Because income is king. You need to maximize your income. You need to get those income up. You need to generate way more income, make way more money before anything else. Unless you're making multiple six figures, don't think about buying anything else, investing in anything else. Get to the income first. Why teach the wealth triangle? How many of you remember the wealth triangle? Get that 10K a month first. Before thinking about starting a business, before thinking about investments, income, high income skills. So why do people have shiny object syndrome? Because they don't believe the thing will work. So because they don't believe the thing will work, so it doesn't work. You with me? So it doesn't work. So what should you do instead? The secret to wealth is committing to one idea over time. You got to focus. You got to focus. You got to take that step. And there's something magical happens when you hit that 10K a month. I don't know what it is. I don't even know how it works. Sifu doesn't know how it works. I just know that it works. From my observation, anyone who accomplishes that six-figure income, that 10K a month, 120K a year, somehow that becomes the new comfort. It is magical. I don't know what it is. It's just magical. I'm just telling you. Somehow I rarely see anyone who bypass six-figure then go back to five-figure, because that becomes a new comfort. So you got to do everything you could to kind of break through the glass ceiling. I want that to be a new comfort. Now, it doesn't mean you stop there, because most people would be telling you, oh, that's pretty good. You should, just be okay. Why are you working so hard? There's that level. But then the next level, then seven-figure. That's the next glass ceiling. The same thing. Someone who breaks through that rarely go back to six. The same idea. It's very interesting. Somehow there is that new comfort once expanded. So your very first focus is to get to that level. Say it with me. Rich people do what is hard. That's why their life is easy. Poor people do what is easy. That's why their life is hard. Isn't that true? Rich people do what is hard. That's why their life is easy. Poor people do what is easy. That's why their life is hard. Easy to just go through life, not learn anything new, watch some poor TV. Easy. Hard to develop a skill. Hard to work on yourself. Hard to overcome some of those inner limiting beliefs. It's hard. Hard to stay up at night going through a 4-hour class. Just go to sleep. You understand normal people don't do this, right? Average people don't do this, right? You understand that? They're sleeping. They're not listening to a class, taking notes, learning. Learning in this kind of hour? Are you nuts? That's why they're poor. That's why they're poor. So one of the questions, I want you to write that down. I want you to answer it. What is going to make XTC different from any other programs you got involved with in the past? And how are you, not me, how are you going to make sure XTC will work for you better than anything else you've ever done in your life? How are you going to make sure? What are you going to do? All in, massive action, trust the process, implementation, consistency to whatever it takes, formal structure, showed up to class. Fantastic. Those are very good answers. Wealth killer number 3, which is lack of implementation. Lack of implementation. And I believe what holds most people back is your environment. Write this down. Your environment is always more powerful than your willpower. Your environment is always more powerful than your willpower. Part of the reasons why you struggle sometimes with implementation is because you overestimate your willpower. Think about the person who wants to lose weight. The first person overestimates his willpower to go to the gym. Isn't it true? The second person is like, well, I don't really trust my willpower, so let me hire a personal trainer to make sure that I showed up 3 times a week, Monday, Wednesday, Friday, that I'm going to be there. One of the most powerful questions you could ask yourself is, how can you alter your environment to work to your advantage? I'm talking about your home life, your environment where you're learning. It doesn't matter you're learning from your bedroom, your living room, your kitchen table, little office, basement. It doesn't matter. The question is, how can you alter your environment to work to your advantage? What could you do? And one of the things we suggest to our HTC students is when you look good, you feel good. When you feel good, you perform better. Show up to class as if you're going to an event. Show up to class as if you're serious. Show up to class like a 6-figure closer. Question is, a 6-figure closer, someone making $10,000 a month right now, do they dress up the way you are dressing up right now in class. Are you dressing for success? Are you dressing for failure? Oh yeah, but I'm not comfortable, Sifu, in a suit, you know. Good. Then keep your income. Just don't complain when your income is low. Oh, but Sifu, I'm not comfortable wearing a suit. I wonder where that comes from. Just for success. Once you are successful, then dress whatever the hell you want. But when you are closing, you need that confidence boost. I can wear my shorts. I can close a multi-million-dollar deal in my fucking underwear. If I close more deals in my underwear than most people, because it's already in me. A Superman wearing that Superman suit or not is still Superman. He still has his superpower. Does that make sense? But in the beginning, when you are just learning this, anything that could give you advantage, anything that could give you that confident boost, anything that would help you stay focused, anything that would give you an edge, why not? Why not? Why would you not give yourself that edge? That's just even 5% confidence that you could close that sale that makes you a little bit more effective. Why not? Knowing when you look good, you feel good. Why do people dress up on a first date? Because they want to be their best self. They want to look more confident. They want to look more presentable. Oh, but even no one is here to see it. Yes, there is someone here to see it. You. How you see yourself is infinitely more important than how anybody sees you. Yes or yes? So you are saying to yourself, are you taking this seriously or are you just fucking around? When you don't show up class live, that's fine. No one knows. Except you. Then you're not actually serious about this. You're not just serious about paying off the debt, generating income, living the life you want. Then why put yourself through this hassle? Just admit it, go back to getting a job and just forget about it. Do what everybody else does. Like, why put yourself through this if you're not 100% serious? And if you are 100% serious, why would you not give yourself that edge? So you think about your environment. One of the videos in the Delaware University that you get, it's a video that I made with Jenny, and it is a video that you could watch with your partner, your family. Now, how many of you are here, but your spouse, your family, your partner, maybe they're not fully supportive, maybe they don't quite understand? Here's a video that we made, kind of explaining to your family why you're doing this, that indirectly I'm helping you, Jenny and I, to kind of explain a little bit about what we do, right? And why you are doing it and asking for their support. So that's a video that you could sit down with them. Now, I'm not going to say that it 100% works because they are still in the matrix. Isn't it true? Very much in the matrix. But for some, we do know that it helps. For some, even that doesn't help. I'm going to share something with you. Please write this down. You will only be as successful as your spouse allows you to be. That's a mic drop moment. You will only be as successful as your spouse allows you to be. Your spouse might say, your boyfriend, girlfriend, your husband, wife might say, oh, honey, I'm supportive. They say they're supportive. Not when you are working this hard. Not when you miss the anniversary. Suddenly, it changes real quick from very supportive to not supportive at all, even though you're doing it for them. So I'm very grateful. I have a wife who is very supportive. But that's not by luck, not by chance. It's by choice. Because I wouldn't marry someone who's not supportive. 1000% I could tell you that. Because it's difficult enough to be successful and stay successful, especially I have such a huge responsibility when I have so many students around the world counting on me. I don't want that negativity, and I don't want anything in a relationship that doesn't propel me to move forward. So they say they're supportive. Well, let's see what happens when you miss the birthday. Let's see what happens when you miss the anniversary and you're on a closing call, closing a deal. Let's see if they're still supportive. When you say, I don't want to go to Christmas to hang out with all your broke relatives, let's see what they say. They're toxic, they're victims. Wasting my fucking time. Let's see what they say. And for some, it's tough. It is tough. I know it's tough. But here's a video that could help you. But for those, how many have actually someone who's supportive, like your spouse, your boyfriend, girlfriend, they're actually supportive, that they understand? Then you are very lucky. Well, then no excuse for you. No fucking excuse from you. Oh, I know someone's not somewhat supportive. Well, then you have no excuse. Then you should accelerate. And if you're single, good. Good. Focus. Focus. And don't worry. Your HTC skill, you'll see helps in your relationship tremendously. Because dating is closing. Dating is all about closing. Now, I'm not promising you that you're gonna, this high ticket closing. This is not high ticket dating. Okay. But just think about when you know high ticket closing, which is about asking questions, understanding your prospect. If you are a man and you're dating someone and you know how to ask questions and you're the best listener that they've ever met, getting dates will not be a problem. Trust me. The confidence, and you look good, you're dressed in a suit. How many of you ladies, how many of you like to see a man in a suit? Like who's clean, who's proper, right? Who's articulate, who listens to you, who asks questions, who doesn't interrupt, who understands you, who has a sense of humor. How many would say, I would agree that's an attractive man. Also who knows how to make money, who could take care of you, who could protect you, right? There you go. Same thing. If you are a lady and you're dating someone by knowing how to ask questions, about asking questions that encourages the man, inspires them to go for more, not to hold them back, but to encourage them to pursue their dreams. That's incredibly attractive to men. You will not have problems dating. Sometimes we do see those booms, success stories, where it's not my intent, but it's just like a side benefit. It's a side benefit because now you are a better communicator, right? And you see in a couple of weeks that you're not afraid to talk to strangers. You love to talk to people. You got a good energy about you. It's incredibly attractive to people. Yeah. So it works. It works. And you will know how to qualify. In a couple of weeks, he was going to teach you how to qualify, how to set the agenda, right? And how do you close? How to set the expectation, that's correct, right? You get all of that. You can use it to close sales. You can use that to close on a date. You can use that to get a phone number. It all works. It's truly the same thing because it is about a connection with another human being, right? Now, but again, that's not part of the what we're teaching here. That's up to you how you use it, right? Sifu doesn't judge. Sifu doesn't judge. Okay. You know, I was like, XTC gets you paid and gets you laid. Maybe that's our tagline. But seriously, it gets you paid. The getting laid part is up to you. Okay, no promises.
Too much fun.
Yeah, no promises. Yeah, no promises here. Okay, there's no promises.
That's right. Results may vary, right?
Yeah, results. Yeah, disclaimer: results will vary dramatically. Depends on what you do. So, word killer number 4. Okay, lack of mentorship. Lack of mentorship. And that's one thing that I've learned, and why my life was actually a mess before I found my first mentor. And I was looking for directions, and really what I was looking for is mentorship. And one of the things I want to share with you is, it's a very profound question, and that is, if you could get there on your own, guess what? You would already be there. Let us sink in for a moment. If you could get there on your own, you would already be there. Because if you know the way and you know the method and you do what it takes, you would already be there. So very often, I think part of the school system is it teaches you not to seek help. How many recognize that? It teaches you to be a lone wolf, right? Remember when you were studying in the study room, maybe in the library or at home, it teaches you to be in quiet, right? No distraction. Hit the books. Don't talk to nobody, right? And when you're taking exam, do you take the exam and talk to your classmates and say, hey, what answers are you putting down? Share that with me. What are your best practices here, right? What do you think is the best answer? Well, in school, it's called cheating, right? In the real world, it's called teamwork. So the school system programs us not to seek help. And then somehow if you seek help, it's almost like a sign of weakness. You know what I'm talking about? Like in the culture sense, like if you seek help, oh, you're doing something wrong. You should figure this on your own, right? You should just study. Don't ask questions, right? Then somehow if you seek help, that's dumb. It's like, I always say to people, there's no such, you know what's worse than a dumb question? Dumb mistakes. Dumb mistakes. So don't be shy. Ask questions. I don't know. Doesn't mean you're not resourceful. Ask an intelligent question. Like ignorance it's very, very expensive. Like seek help. I have so many people I seek help. Like I'm stuck on something very critical. I'll seek mentorships, different mentors in my life. Right? I had my first mentor, Alan. My second mentor, Dan Pena. Right? Third mentor, Mr. Dwayne Clark, who's a billionaire from Seattle. I have mentors in my life. And you have to understand that most of the people in your life, they're not ready to be unplugged. True or true? They're not ready to be unplugged. Many of them are so they're so hopelessly dependent on a system. And they will fight to protect it. They would absolutely fight to protect it. They do not understand. They don't want to hear it. So please do not try to, don't even bother. Don't even bother. They understand, good. They don't understand. They don't really want, it's gotta understand. They don't want to hear about it. Mind your own business. You get support from them, that's a bonus. Don't count on it though. Don't count on it. Wealth killer number 5, lack of guidance and support. Not just mentorship, but guidance and support. Not just from me, but from everybody. And this is why HTC is so powerful. Because you'll notice, what are the 5 killers? What are the 5 wealth killers? What's the first one? Type in the chat. What's the first one? Lack of commitment. What's the second one? Lack of focus. What's the third one? Lack of implementation. What's the fourth one? Lack of mentorship. What's number 5? Lack of guidance and support. What Sifu's done, painstakingly designed XTC as a transformation, as a mentorship program to hold you accountable, to give you a formal structure so you stay committed, to help you focus so you don't have the shiny object syndrome, to commit to one idea over time, so you're willing to do what is hard to make your life easy, to force you to implement, to alter your environment to your advantage, to give you the mentorship that you need. And the family, your brothers and sisters, giving you the guidance and support. This is why XTC is so powerful. That's why we produce so many successful closers. So many. But it's up to you. It's up to you. Effort is your ability. It's 100% your responsibility. All I could do is show you the door. Nothing more. Nothing more than that. So let's talk about the assignment for this week. Who's ready for assignments? If you are going through HTC for the second and third time, it would be a good idea to go through the assignments again. Not because you haven't done them, but because it would be good to see if there are any changes, if you still have records from before, to see kind of where your mindset is at. Is that a good idea? To see if there is any difference. Now, if the results are the same, where your answers, then maybe there's some area for improvement. But my guess, Sifu's guess, is you will see some drastic differences. But you might also see some area where, there's something that I didn't see before, something that kind of neglected, or that one little piece of belief that was holding you back that you may not be aware before. Like, it's like you the big things you move out of the way, but the little things have been holding you back. So would that be a good idea to do that? Just go through the assignments again, right? I think you'll find it incredibly beneficial. So step number 1 is to create your vision board. The vision board. So what is a vision board? Nothing fancy. All you need is a poster board or a large sheet of paper that you can put on your wall, or even your refrigerator. That's fine. That's almost a big wall like that. And what you want to do is you want to grab some magazines or images, or you can print from Pinterest or Google Images. All you need is some glue, some push pin, stapler, fridge magnet, doesn't matter what it is. A little vision board. How many of you have ever done a vision board in the past? How many have never done a vision board in the past? I'm curious to know. Very good. Okay, if you've never done a vision board, you will love this exercise. Because how can we get to anywhere we want to go if we don't know where we want to go? Write this down. Clarity is power. Clarity is power. And for some, maybe you've never dreamed of, like, it's always in your head, but you are in some way almost a little bit afraid of putting it in front of you, because suddenly when you put it in front of you, it becomes real. It means you got to do something about it. It means you got to take action. It's a little bit frightening, but now's the time. And next week, when we come back, I'm going to teach you a process of how Sifu does a vision board. But for now, I want you to do it first. So be very specific with your goals. What is the first thing that you would like to pay for with your high ticket closing income? What is the first thing you would buy? Could it be a family vacation? Could it be paying off debt? Could it be a new car? Could it be a new house? Could it be new investments? What is it the first thing that you would like to get? Maybe not for yourself, maybe for your family, or maybe it is for yourself. To give you ideas, where do you want to go? Who do you want to help? Who do you want to meet? Put the picture on there. Who do you want to meet? If you can meet anybody, what do you want to buy and where do you want to live? Maybe the place that you're living in right now is not where you actually want to live. So I want to put that on your vision board. That's step number 1. How many of you got it? What's step number 1 for your homework? Create your vision board. Step number 2, write a letter to yourself. You're going to write a letter to yourself. Now, this is going to go deep. Okay? This is going to go deep. Be very clear on the why. It's very important to be certain why you're doing it. That's your feel, especially during challenging times. It's also good to know exactly why you want, because it's nice to want something, but why you want it. Most people don't get what they want because they don't know what they want. And even though they do know what they want, they don't know why they want it. That's why they don't get it. People achieve their goals. They know what they want and they know why they want it. I'm very clear on my why. I'm very clear on my what. So what would you like your monthly high-ticket closing income to be in the next 12 months? Maybe for some, it's $10,000 a month. Or maybe for some, for you, maybe, oh, you know what, Sifu, I'm happy. If the first 12 months, I'm happy with even $4,000 a month. Whatever you believe, or some is like $25,000 a month. Whatever you believe, you could do. And then how are you going to make sure that this program will work for you better than anything else you've ever done before? You're going to write this letter to close you. Because before you can close anybody else on the phone, the most important sale that you have to make is you. You need to use this letter to close yourself why this is a must. Not a nice to have, not a maybe, not a wish, not a hope, but it's a must. And why is an absolute must and why you must succeed. And please don't write 2 paragraphs because that's not very convincing. Is that very convincing if you write 2 paragraphs to yourself to close yourself? No. No. How you expect to close someone on the phone without seeing them if you don't have absolute conviction about what you do? You can't. Close yourself. In order to close others, you must close for yourself. When I sell something, when I close something, I could tell you that I have so much conviction, so much belief in what I do. When someone says no, I am shocked. I'm puzzled. Like, what do you mean a no? I'm shocked. See, I believe in what I do so much that I believe I am going to close them on a product, on a service, on a program that they don't even know they need it yet, but by the time I am done, they are going to say thank you. Not one single student will be here if I didn't close you. For some, you don't even know what closing is. You didn't know what it is. You didn't know why. How many of you didn't wake up in the morning and say, oh, you know what? I think I need some closing skill. That's not what comes to mind. You didn't even know this exists. You didn't know this word exists. You didn't know this skill exists. You didn't know this model exists. I had to close you on it. And I know by the time I'm done, by the end of 7 weeks, you say thank you. Because it's going to transform your life beyond your imagination. And that's what I want you to understand. As a closer, it is our job to help people to see what they cannot see. It is our job as a high-ticket closer to help people see the possibility, not limitations. It's our job to help them to get out of their own way so they do what is necessary, so they do what is good for them. Most people don't know. That's why it's such a noble profession. What's better than this? Can you imagine you are closing someone? And that's when you know you're good, by the way. You're closing a $20,000 sale. And you close that sale. And you sign that deal. And your prospect is crying on the other end and saying, thank you so much for helping me. I didn't know what I would do. Thank you for providing this solution. And you've just made more money in 1 hour than most people earn in a month. At the same time, you've impacted someone in ways you could not even imagine. You see why closing is such a noble profession. It's not the slimy snake oil bullshit. That's how most people do it. That's not how I do it. I would not let you do it. You could do this and you could feel good. You would feel so good. It's something that you're so proud to tell people. You see, every single graduate, I'm a high ticket closer. They are proud to wear their t-shirt. Do you think people in MLM, they're like, oh, I'm proud to be a network marketer. Give me a fucking break. Like, it's crazy. You might as well, I'm a MLM. You might as well tell them, I have coronavirus. You must, let me cough, at you. You might as well say that. Like, it's that bad. Versus, I'm a high ticket closer. I close high ticket deals. It is something you could be proud of. Wear. That's like a badge of honor. Representing the family, proudly. So step number 3, we're going to expose the lies. What we're going to do? We're going to expose some of those lies. In order to turn your vision into reality, we must get rid of those mind chatter, mental bullshit that has been holding us back. So now listen very closely. You got to do this exactly like this. You're going to grab a pad of paper. Not, Sifu, can I type? No. Pad of paper and a pencil. Well, Sifu, I don't have a pencil. Get a fucking pencil. Not a pen, a pencil. So you're going to get a pad of paper. You're going to get a what? A pencil. You're going to write down all the lies you tell yourself. And the more you put down, the better. Now, here's a little warning. You will feel like crap as you do this exercise. But don't let that scare you. Like this, we have students, their hands shake, bawling when they go through this. Take a deep breath. Stuff will come out. It's like just stuff, deep stuff would come up. Because you will know where they came from. Now, for some, you might say, well, Sifu, I got no lies. I got no lies. And I said, really? That's a big fucking lie right there. I got no lies. You have some lies. Believe me. We all have some lies. So you're going to grab a pad of paper, you're going to write a pencil. There's a reason. There's method to my madness. Just get a pencil. So how it's going to work is you're going to write each lie, and then you're going to skip 4 lines. So you're going to write down a line in pencil. And then after written down how you feel about yourself, certain lies, I want you to use a red pen, so it's like the red pill. You're going to write the truth. I'm going to teach you exactly how. Phrase positively in the 4 blank lines below each line. Even though you can't believe it yet. So the more lies, the better. I've seen HTC students 5 pages, 10 pages. In fact, put in a chat for my graduates, how many pages you wrote back then? So 10, 4, 20 pages, 9 pages, a lot of pages. Write down all the lies you think about yourself, financial lies, spiritual lies, health lies, relationship lies. We're going to expose every single one of them. Write down every lie that in your perception, every lies you've been told, every lies that your family taught you, every lies that you've learned. So here's what it looks like. Example, a lie, maybe you are introvert. Maybe you're ambivert like Sifu. Meaning that I'm an introvert by nature, but I could be an extrovert when I need to be. But actually, I'm an introvert most of the time. It's hard to believe, I know. Most people, they think when I'm on stage, and I prefer to be alone most of the time when I'm working, right? But I could be an extrovert when I need to be. So maybe a lie that you believe is I'm shy, and I don't know how to talk to people. So you're going to skip a few lies and you're going to write the truth. The truth is I just haven't learned how to communicate with confidence and conviction. I know with practice, I could talk to anyone, anytime with confidence. So you write the lie in pencil and you write the truth in red. You write the lie in what? And then you write the truth in what? In red. Good. Here's an example. You might write down the lie. Money is the root of all evil in pencil. Then the truth, you write down, skip a few lines. Lack of money is the root of all evil. Not money. It's lack of money. With more money, I can do more good for myself, my family, and the world. You got it? Any questions? So lies in pencil, truth in red. Good. Good. Very good. Very good. Now, sometimes why do we have those spaced, skip a few lines? The reason is maybe you cannot get from a lie to the truth, because isn't it true sometimes the truth a few layers deep, right? So you may not go from the lie to the truth. So maybe I write down, okay, money is the root of all evil in pencil. Then below that, still in pencil, I will write down, well, I guess not always true. Sometimes you could use money for good too. That may be my second one, right? And then the third one is, well, you know, maybe money is just an amplifier. It amplifies who I am, right? It's not good or bad, just like a gun. You can use it for good. You can use it to hurt people. You can use it to protect people. And then finally, you write down the real truth, the very deep truth in red, saying, no, actually the lack of money is the root of all evil. Because no one pulls up in a Rolls Royce to rob a bank. That's the truth. So you go through this as many lies as possible. Then pay attention. Here's what we're going to do. Before class next week, every single day, you're going to read the lie and you're going to read the truth. You wrote it all down. Then you're going to read every day. You're going to read the lie. You're going to read the truth. You're going to read the lie. You're going to read the truth. Okay. What we're doing is we're giving you, your mind, a new possibility, a contrast. Then before class 2, why you want to use pencil? Because what we're going to do is we're going to erase. What we're going to do? We're going to erase and cross out all the lies. We can use a little eraser so that only the red truth, the red pill, will remain. Can you already see how powerful this is? When you start replacing your lies and your perceptions with the truth, all of a sudden it will become natural that you will begin to see your worth, and when you're closing, you will not have problems asking for money. How many of you already felt, before you even do the exercise, you felt a little bit, your heart is pounding a bit, like just thinking about it, like you feel a little bit uncomfortable, like, ooh, this is going to be little bit intense, right? You have some stuff already kind of coming up. Some emotions, it's going through your stomach, right? You can feel a little bit uneasiness. That's part of it. That is part of your programming from the past, from the matrix that's holding you back. Understand that it's very normal. Remember when Neo was getting out of the matrix, he was throwing up. He was uncomfortable when he unplugged. Remember that? Like he was sick. So step number 3. Step number 4, immerse yourself into Sifu's teaching, right? You want to binge watch the videos, minimum 10 videos a day, especially the closing high ticket sales. Like, if you haven't done the pre-training, make sure you go through all of that. If you have not watched The Matrix, make sure you watch that, right? So please, in the next 6, 7 weeks, 7, 8 weeks, don't Netflix and chill. Well, I don't know the chill part. Chill part is up to you. But don't Netflix and chill. Then flex for skill. Say it with me. Don't Netflix and chill. Then flex for skill. You can even get a little mug. We actually have that available at the Dan Lau shop. dentalshop.com. As a little wealth trigger. As a little wealth trigger. Comes in white, comes in black. For fun. But seriously, immerse yourself. Immerse yourself. And always remember that the purpose of learning is mastery. The purpose of learning is not memorization. That's school. It's not to memorize something. How many of you remember before exam, you memorize something just to get through the exam, and then the next day you forget everything? Right? Yeah. No. The way that we learn is through mastery, because it's a skill set. It's not to remember everything you got to say. No, it's about your execution, how you apply something. And mastery takes repetition. Mastery takes what? It takes repetition. That's how you get good. Do it again and again and again and again, right? And step number 5, make sure that you learn from other successful HTC students, because success leaves clues. The best way for you to get good is learn from other students who've gone through what you've gone through, who have walked the path, same path, and see what they have done. So as a bonus, it's a gift that Steve is giving you. You will get a series of HTC Mastermind sessions from more seasonal students, how they've done it. How do they close? What are some of the best practices? And this is a bonus. You also get the HTC TV, which features some of the most successful HTC students. Again, what they have done, what are the secrets to their success, right? What are the best practices? What habits do they have? And this is something that is very powerful, because what we notice is it's one thing, and you will see in about 2-3 weeks when we're doing role play, one of the things that would come to your mind, write this down, is, oh my God, like, how am I going to be that good? And part of you will think, oh yeah, Sifu, of course you can do it. You're Dan Lok. Of course you can close like that. Of course you can do that. So sometimes when I can do it, it's like, oh yeah, of course. But when you see your brothers and sisters do it, it gives you a different level belief. It shows that, hey, you know what? I start that. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I can see it. Like, if they could do it, we have similar background, right? Because you would see from different walks of life, different age group, different background. And you would see it coming from just different walks of life. And you see from just different. And you see they all have their own success stories to share. And my goal is, I hope that inspires you, that instills that belief in you that you could do it as well. Because without that belief, nothing works. Nothing works. So that's part of the assignment. So watch at least one recording and at least one HTC TV. Can you do it? Yes or no? And step number 6, we have so much negative programming, poverty programming. So during the course of HTC, every single day, start the morning with attitude of gratitude. And see if it's giving you the video and the audio that you could utilize every single morning. Start the day with gratitude. And you'll see how this would come into play when you're closing. How having scarcity, having a mentality of lack doesn't help, especially when you close high ticket sales. So middle of the day, the millionaire mindset, power information, all these is in Dental University, DLU, right? It's all here for you. All these tools that we've given you And please don't think, oh, I don't need this. Just give me the skills. See if it's just, I don't need to do this attitude, gratitude stuff. You know what I notice? The people who actually don't think they need it, actually, it turns out they are the ones who need it the most. It's very interesting how human being works. Isn't it true? Sometimes the things that we think we don't need actually turns out to be things that we need the most. Because we're blinded by it. It's our blind spot. Especially sometimes I could see maybe sometimes the man where, oh, see if this is too like, woo foo foo. Like I don't need that stuff. I don't need my gratitude, My question is, how's your program working so far? It's not. See, how many of you agree I'm a pretty smart businessman? I'm more about practical. I'm more about what's useful. And I wouldn't recommend it if it doesn't work. And in fact, it works so well. I'm like, if that's what works, I do what works. I don't care. I don't even care how it works. I just care that it works. So what are the 3 rules that we have? No excuse, no opinion, no victim, follow the process. And of course, don't forget to connect with HTC family right after class. Although we are late, I know we are late. But one of the things to cement your learning is to discuss quickly. After class, jump on Discord and say, hey, what have you learned? What have I learned? Share. Because you notice when you share, like, I didn't get that lesson. Well, that's new. That's a new take. That's a new angle. I didn't get that at all, but that's profound, right? Stay on Discord. And if you haven't done so, make sure that you make a video to introduce yourself. And I know how many of you are not comfortable making a video. I know that. I know. Like, it's a little bit self-conscious. Well, do I have to do it? How you do anything is how I do everything. How I do anything is how I do everything. And how could someone help you if they don't know you? I'll say that one more time. How could they help you if they don't know you? How could they support you if they don't know you? Something to think about. And no bad apple and no BMW. And submit a photo of your vision board, your letter, and all the completed assignments to assignments@highticketsales.com. Any admin technical questions, support@highticketsales.com. But if you have any questions, what do you want to do as HTC? You want to be resourceful, don't you? Figure it out on your own. Be solution-oriented, right? And we will announce attendance rate after each class within 24 hours in the Facebook group, and you will see that. And post any questions and progress, and I'm in Facebook group all the time, right? I do my very best to read every single post. So if you share, I would love to always hear your aha. Each class, what have you learned? Now, one key lesson before we wrap up the class, when you share on Facebook group, and this is how you do anything to do everything. I'm going to teach you a habit here, okay? Most people, when they share, it's very easy for them to say you. So whatever you're learning, it's very natural for us. When we make habit and when we make a video, the habitual thing to do is, hey man, you got to do this and you need to do this and you need to take action and you need to do, don't say you, say I. It's about yourself, about what you've learned. So I want you to take full ownership, full responsibility, because it's a very powerful habit. Don't say what your brother and sister need to do. Share what here's what I'm going to do. Here's how I'm going to hold myself accountable. Here's what I am committed to, right? Here's what I am experiencing. Not you, I. Does that make sense? Taking the extreme ownership. Little things like that, they will all show up when you are closing. When you're closing and realize that truly you are in a global family. It is a global movement that we have. HTC is way bigger than you think. It's way bigger than you think. It's not an online course. It's not a program. It's not a Facebook group. It is a powerful, powerful, powerful movement. So I love you. I appreciate you. I will demonstrate through my action. So remember, you are closer than you think.